a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning. You're looking at Lake Neely Henry in north central Alabama. A lot of bass fishing history here on this fishery on the famed Coosa River. Running through the state of Alabama, there's your tournament leader, Paul Mueller. We're in day number 3 of 4 days of fishing here. As with all of our days, 8 hours to fish, and the 5 heaviest bass you catch during the day will constitute your score. Tommy Sanders here with the legend, the Hall of Famer, Davey Hyde, who is also a tournament winner here. And Davey, we've seen some great efforts here amid adverse conditions. A lot of guys are looking good, positioned well, but nobody can feel secure.
Yeah, a lot of guys in play here this week. We've seen some guys make some serious moves up the ladder. Seth Fighter, Gerald Swindle, a lot of those guys. A lot of conditions changing. We'll see what happens today.
Here's Paul
Here we go, ready to roll. Day 3. Got clear skies right off the bat. It's a lot clearer than it's been, or at least since yesterday it was cloudy. Got some good wind coming today, so I'm excited, man. I think they're going to bite. We just got to put them in the boat.
Paul Mueller, 2 great efforts back-to-back. Limits over 15 pounds on days 1 and 2. Still in all, though, he's just ounces ahead of number 2, Brock Mosley, but he's ready to go. He knows he's well positioned, and like we say, Davey, he also knows he is far from having run away and hidden from this field. Nobody's going to be playing defense today.
No, it's going to be a tight race all day long, no doubt about it, Tommy. And we have a lot of different things going on. Paul Mueller fishing offshore primarily. If you look at the Hummingbird Unlock the Lake, you'll see 70 miles, a little over 70 miles of the Coosa River forms Neely Henry Lake. And we have anglers like Paul Mueller fishing the lower end where they have lower water conditions. And we have anglers on the upper end, Todd Alton, Brock Mosley primarily on the lower end. Got a lot of guys spread out.
Well, it's been a very, very challenging lake for some great anglers. A lot of great ones here on this lake have been sent home. Remaining from Alabama, Gerald Swindle.
You don't mind, we're going to do what we do. 2:30. We're going to try not to overdo it. You know, we don't want to overthink it. We want to fish relaxed. Fish our game. This is a very unique tournament, man. This tournament, you didn't practice and go to it. This tournament's kind of coming back to me. Things that are happening and changing. I'm seeing it develop. So, you know, each day changes a little bit, and we're just going to try to make the correct change with it all day. So let's go make all great decisions. And you know what? The biggest thing, we're going to have fun.
Having fun today, but definitely a serious challenge. The challenge of being in the top 10 when this day is all over with. Only the top 10 will fish on Championship Monday. Let's take you out on the water. Right now, fishing underway. Go right to our leader, Connecticut's Paul Mueller.
Number 1. Well, they're still here. That's the most important thing. Figured I'd fish slow to start and wait till that wind picks up. It's kind of bright, so I want to make sure that I don't lose too many on a crankbait today. I mean, because every fish that I lose, I'm not going to be able to weigh in, you know, the next day or whatever, because they won't bite. So I figured that if they'll bite that shaky head, I'll just be slow and methodical until that wind blows, and then I can burn that crankbait a little bit. But it feels good to, you know, the water is definitely changing. It's dropping on the upper end. And it seems to be still low. It's still low here, but it seems to be coming up.
or at least it looks dirtier here. So it's always a concern if it gets dirtier, are they going to bite and stuff? And they haven't left this yet, so I feel good about it for at least today. If there's one, there's more.
Paul Mueller off to a good start right there. Let's take it right over to Gerald Swindle, one of the great stories of this tournament. He's done great things in the world of professional bass fishing. One of the true superstars. God dang! Still looking for his first true Elite Series full field victory. Sweet Jesus, man. Footage from yesterday.
Happy anniversary, Lulu. 17 years to the day. We'll take it.
You see here, yesterday morning was good for Gerald Swindle. Had a mishap there the very first thing yesterday morning, lost a 3.5 pounder. We certainly hope that doesn't come back to bite him, but you see here, he certainly recovered well, catching this good one.
All right, Gerald Swindle gonna again say he's gonna make it fun today, but you know he's serious as can be. Great opportunity staring him in the face as we face the final 2 days of competition.
Broke my rod, broke my line. Got my line. Is he still on there? Yes. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him! With a broke pole. That's why you slack line. He ain't big, but I broke all my toys, and I got a bass. You just got to keep your head in the game, man. See, I could have very easily just give up. You know, it's part of it. I'm actually sampling a bunch of rods right now for, this is a learning part for you kids out there, because you're like, hey, that guy broke his rod. You know, maybe I don't want to buy that rod. Well, let me tell you why you want to buy that rod. Because that rod's scheduled for 2022, the fall. And I'm fishing samples that if they don't pass the inspection of this boat, you don't never have to see them in the store. So you don't have to worry about it. So there's always that one guy says, well, why are you doing it in the tournament? It's because it's the adrenaline. This is how you test them. Peyton Manning don't test a football in practice. You test your equipment in the tournament because it's what's full rank adrenaline. So yeah, that rod snapped. These are like 10 samples I got. And guess what? It didn't hold up, you know? So you don't have to worry about seeing it. There you go. So you want to know why pros, why they pay y'all to fish their rods? They don't pay y'all to fish their rods. They pay you to help do research. Because they know to do research, to develop the right product, you could develop the wrong product. And that wrong product at first could only hurt nothing but the pro. And that's why I signed with 13, because they were willing to test before they released. And that, your friends, is your tip of the day.
Well, you got to know when you're in the boat with Gerald Swindle, you're going to have a lot of tips for today. And I think he did a great job there. First and foremost, congratulations to Gerald Swindle for not giving up on this fish. The reason the rod snapped is because he snapped that fish, I mean, with a lot of energy this morning. And he knew that he had a good hook in this fish. He just had to go up there and get his line. So congratulations to Gerald for recovering there, doing the right thing, and ultimately catching that fish. And also telling us how he does research and development for his sponsors.
There you go. Multitasking out there. He brought the energy yesterday. Of course, he brings it every day, but I think he's exceptionally wired up today. He was a highlight reel to start the day yesterday, and he shows no sign of stopping today. 3 pounds and
That's some
11
great
ounces.
stuff. It really is. Covering live fishing events is just incredible. You see that these guys put up with so much throughout a day. Some things they can control, some things they cannot control.
They'll get right out in here just on nothing, right there. Well, we got 3 so far. We hadn't got any giants. We got a 1.5 pounder and a pounder and one about 1.3 or 1.4. I've had 3 bites. Waters fell out some. You know, I just think it just keeps us guessing, which is good, because whoever can jump on that, figure it out the quickest, is going to ride it. And I'm just kind of doing my deal, checking the shad spawn. Sun's out, so the shad spawn's not going to last as long. So that's going to help and hurt some guys. I feel confident that I got my key bites yesterday from, 9 on. I got some really good bites. Some didn't get it, so I'm just going to try to plug away and get a limit, and then just keep doing what I'm doing with a buzz bait. You'll see me looking out in front of the grass right now with this. It's a new 13 walking bait, big side-to-side bait. Just looking out on this sand to see if these fish are falling when that water falls out. So what I'll do is hit this, and then I'll ease up there. I had a really good one hit me in that grass yesterday and not get it. But usually on that stump right there is a bass. It's just figuring out, where these fish go when the grass falls, the water falls. But it's so tricky here. This water could fall out here, come up down there. And that's what I enjoy about fishing, is the guessing game. I'm sick like that.
Well, the big adversary
Gerald
before
Swindle,
the tournament started.
We've got quite a few Alabama anglers that maybe didn't have the finish that they were hoping for, but this is something to look out with Gerald. A lot of history here on Neely Henry, and he knows where these fish should be going to. That could really play in his favor as this tournament progresses, the history that he has here on this lake.
Let's get out to Brian New, starting this day in 9th place, but not too far off the pace.
It's supposed
the rookie.
to be, yeah. Hell, I got shorts on too. Oh.
It's all good. Getting woken up this morning.
Yeah. That's a good way to start the morning. Look at that fish. Thing's beautiful. He's even more pretty now that he's in my boat.
Good solid fish there for Brian New.
Holy cow.
Good way to start the day.
3-3.
See, a lot of 1-pounders caught, but those 3-pounders make the difference.
That is the gold standard here. A 3-pounder means good news coming into the boat right there. Paul Mueller's had plenty of them during the course of this tournament.
Paul Mueller changing it up some this morning. We've seen him start out the previous days with a crankbait offshore. This is a shallow spot offshore, but now he's using a shaky head worm.
Come here. Horrible landing job. He was hooked good though. Oh my, that's fun, but very, very stressful. Oh, what a specimen, look at that. Coosa River spot. And that fish, when you hook that fish, you would swear that it was 3 times the size. I mean, they may be stronger than smallmouth, I'm not sure. I mean, that's not that big of a fish compared to how he fought.
Old Mueller knows his way around those spotted bass, that particular species. And as you can see, the Coosa River variety of spotted bass are exceptional fighters. That one had him tied in knots for a minute there, but he wins that battle. He's got 2 in the boat right now. A great start for our leader. All-important day number 3 as everyone positions themselves to be able to stay in the top 10, enter the top 10 some way or another. So you got a chance at a trophy at the end of tomorrow, at the end of Championship Monday. Cheryl Swindle, a good start as well. Brock Mosley, still waiting for him to get cranked today. Look out for Todd Auten, Brian New, Yusuke Miyazaki up in our top 10 right now. Lots of movement, and it will continue. We will be right back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Well, a good Sunday morning to you from here in our fantastic host city of Gadsden, Alabama here. We are in the 6th event of 9 regular season events for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's take a look at our Skeeter Angler of the Year watch. Came into this tournament almost a virtual tie, barely 4 points separating Seth Feider and Patrick Walters. But boy, what has transpired over the first 2 days of this tournament has given Seth Feider a great lead. He's in the top 10 to start the day. Patrick Walters unable to make the cut to 48 after 2 days of fishing. That is weighing heavily on that race. Brock Mosley has put himself into the conversation as well in 3rd place. So let's take it out to our leader, our undisputed leader now for sure. Bassmaster Angler of the Points, Seth Feider. We'll look at some footage from earlier this morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Little guy.
Good start here this morning for Seth Feider. He has been so consistent throughout the year. With the northern swing just not far down the road for us here, Seth Feider is somebody that it would be very difficult to bet against towards Angler Year. But each and every day, as we saw with Patrick Walters yesterday, every day is so important to
Well, he's got
Angler of the Year. You can't go one single day.
Got the rest of his Alabama swing, and the part 2 takes place in Lake Guntersville in a couple of weeks, so Seth will have to hang on then. He's got, as Ronnie Moore pointed out before we started today, he's got some room to fall today. I mean, it's possible that he could lose ground today.
If he can stay in that top 10, Tommy, and survive to tomorrow, it can only go up from there. That's the threshold. If he makes the top 10 today, he will have almost a 50-point lead going into the final 3 events of the season.
Another one of our Alabama anglers in the top 10 mix today, Wes Logan.
That ain't a bad one.
Much better start here for Wes Logan. The last 2 mornings, we've seen him lose some solid fish that would have helped him be up the leaderboard. He's having a good tournament, no doubt, but he's lost a few key fish the last 2 mornings. Right here you see and here's a sign of the water falling in these areas. In the past, you see that thicker vegetation behind Wes Logan. They're a very smart move. He reels that top water frog out to that outer edge of that vegetation, and that's where he gets his bite. A lot of times when this water's falling, these fish will move out on that outside edge of the vegetation. So good move by Wes Logan here.
These guys definitely keeping their eyes on the ever-changing water levels here on Neely Henry Lake. During the course of this week, of course, a bunch of water dumped in here on Tuesday. The storms that passed through and Everyone's doing their arithmetic based on that and in the wake of that. Moments ago, Drew Benton.
A little one, but it's a start. I think.
Very quietly moved up the leaderboard through these first 2 days.
That was moments ago. Now live with Drew Benton. Steady climb up the leaderboard during the course of this tournament for him.
Drew Benton hooked up again. Another small one, but
That's what I'm afraid
maybe a
of.
keeper. Be close.
I don't think he'll measure. I don't think he will.
Benton made a big move yesterday from the teens to 20s into the top 10, 6th place.
Measures. It's number 2. It might be 10 ounces.
2 fish for Drew Benton, whose only Elite Series win came on a lake that fishes like a river down in Texas, Austin, Texas. So he knows how to work situations like this. Back to Brian New.
Davey, this spot's very interesting. New was worried he could barely skip his bait underneath that culvert, had an inch or 2 of clearance on day 1 of competition when he had a big bag and was in our coverage for yesterday's fishing day. He said he could barely skip his bait under there. The water was so high. Now you see the opening in that culvert on the bank and how much room he has. That's how much the water has fallen in his region.
Here we go.
What they think. They sure think they're big, but they're not. They're fun to catch, though. Little boom trick worm. He's definitely considered by measuring. Anyways.
Yeah, Ronnie, it's a good point. You can see, you have a visual there of how much that water has fallen. Unfortunately, it's easier, or fortunately, it's easier to get your bait up in there now, but unfortunately, less fish will be attracted to that pipe as that water gets lower and lower. Those fish have moved out of there.
Here's our Humminbird bird's eye view of Gerald Swindle. Off to a good start this morning. 3 keepers in the boat, kind of outpacing his fellow competitors in the top 10. No big ones as yet, but you can see the color of that water. You can see the vegetation on the bank there and going outward. And like you say, Davey, all these guys watching for that water level in that vegetation, so key.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the vegetation, this is a great shot here with the Humminbird bird's eye view. You can see that scattered vegetation. That's exactly what Gerald Swindle has been looking for. And here you don't have a pipe like we just saw Brian New, but you have this cut where the water flows in and out. And as that water fluctuates, the current will change in this cut, just like the terracotta pipe that Brian New was fishing. Very similar situation. Both of these anglers are fishing, but it looks very different.
And you mentioned that, Dave.
Now it looks like the water may have fallen out so much he can't even get through there. There again, it's it looks good, but it's actually better to attract the fish when you have more current flowing through there.
And that's what I was going to say. With that water falling out for some of those areas, like you said, the grass line for West Logan, some of these edges and whatnot, those fish that were back in the culvert pipe or in some of these pockets, they probably have to pull out with it because they don't want to get high and dry. They don't know how far it's going to fall. So their natural inclination is to come back to Brian New or to come back to West Logan on those edges.
Exactly. That was a great shot there to see that sandbar where just a few days ago Gerald Swindle could navigate in and out of there.
Swindle making another move quick. He's going to be hitting a lot of places today. He knows a lot of places to fish. He's fished this place for years.
Check that out, son. That's what it's all about right there, hanging off that fire truck. So anybody out there that thinks that walks up to me and says, "You my son's hero," I ain't no hero. Them people that work on that truck, that's heroes, folks. 3. That's what a hero looks like. Keep it up, babe. You run in a burning building and save somebody else's life, that's a hero. You chunk a buzzbait around Whataburger grass, you just a redneck that's been blessed. That ain't no hero. But I appreciate it.
Gerald Swindle acknowledging the people out here supporting them and making no mistake about it, he supports them equally, if not more, in return.
He certainly does. Certainly does. But this would be a great week for Gerald Swindle. Great career, 2-time Bassmaster of the Year, Elite Series tournament. For him to do it in his home state of Alabama would absolutely be awesome.
Once again, he's one of our big stories and has been all week long. A great opportunity for the Alabama angler who's done so much in the world of bass fishing. 2 Angler of the Year titles, but a win here, a championship here means so much.
You know, the Big Blue Trophy's been elusive for me. I've got some other trophies, but I want to know what it's like to stand on the Bassmasters Elite Series stage and hoist up that blue trophy and say, I'm the winner of a Bassmasters Elite Series. No matter what lake it's on, I want to know what that feels like. You know, for me, it would probably be emotionally overwhelming. I don't do well in those situations, so I would probably be so fired up, I don't know if I would run through the crowd with no shirt on or whatever, but I'm just saying, my wife, it would probably mean a lot to her. It would be nice. I can just see her thinking, well, it finally happened. So not saying I would streak, but I'm gonna say I would be happy.
At the weigh-in yesterday at the Gadsden City boat docks here, you had to have about, 26 pounds in order to achieve the top 10. Our Angler of the Year leader, Seth Fighter, in the 10th place there. There's Alabama's Wes Logan, Clint Davis, another Alabama angler. Alabama showing out pretty good on day number 2. Former Elite Series champion Drew Benton right there with 27 pounds even. 27-1 for Bob Downey. There's Gerald Swindle. Man, holding serve yesterday, positioning himself very well. Todd Auten, certainly one of the favorites coming in here. He's doing exactly what he wants to do. Brock Mosley, 2 second-place finishes already this season. And your champion, 2 days, back-to-back, 15 pounds and 3 ounces. Pretty solid for Paul Mueller, the guide at Candlewood Lake up in Connecticut, making the transition to Central Alabama flawlessly here this time. He's won twice on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He knows how to close the deal, but he's a long way from that point right now. Good Sunday morning to you as we're getting started, really still in our first hour of fishing here on Neely Henry Lake, famous Coosa River.
Davey, there's a lot of paths to becoming a professional fisherman on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and one of them just jumping in the front of the boat and giving it a try in the opens, the semi-pro series to qualify. But Brian New made a different path, going from co-angler to local angler to regional to national, and now making it.
One smoked, and that
he texted me last night that he has fished and competed with, from the back of the boat, with 3 of the top 10 anglers and 7 of the top 20 anglers, and now he is one of those anglers that is a champion on the elites.
When they pile out that grass, they don't run to Okeechobee.
Yeah, it's really incredible, the experience that Brian New has, and we called him a rookie. We saw at St. John's at the beginning of this season. He's certainly not a rookie when he's in the front of his own boat.
I bet you 7 of those top 20 probably are regretting helping him out a little bit, or talking to him, or the conversations they had, the secrets they may have shared that day, knowing that he's going to use them against them at the pro level years and years later.
Well, I don't know which angler taught him to fish a terracotta drain, but he is really maximizing his opportunities here. We've seen him a lot yesterday and today, just catching fish after fish out of this one drain. Start to see around Gerald Swindle, that picture. He's in the main river. You see the wind is starting to pick up just a little bit. It's supposed to blow later in the day, and
when it come over,
we'll see how one more change affects these anglers.
Let's take it out to Wisconsin. Second-year man, Bob Downey from Hudson, Wisconsin. Yesterday started out slow for him, but boy, he got it back on track late in the day, Davey Height.
Yeah, it was yesterday afternoon. I think about 5 minutes before weigh in, Bob Downey had a slow day, much slower than day one. But you see, just in one pitch here, big smile from Bob Downey catching a 5-pounder just in time for weigh in.
I thought that was a dogfish at first. Yes.
He had fallen out of the top 10. The power of a single fish here demonstrated there. He starts the day in 5th place. So Bob Downey can locate one or two like that today. He's going to be definitely in the hunt.
Well, hold on a second. That 5-pounder is the reason I'm still in the top 10 right now. It's I had kind of a slower day. Yesterday I had like just over 9 pounds until the last 5 minutes. So it helped me out in a big way. It's a pretty cool catch. One of those that just doesn't happen every day. So very thankful for it. And hopefully we can, use it to try and propel us into the top 10 here today. Trying just to cover a little more water with some reaction baits this morning. This is the first time I've really picked up a Texas rig as right now, but I just feel like if I could figure out this morning bite, current deal, and then go, pitching and flipping the rest of the day, that's, what's gonna maybe get me into the top 10. But I've really struggled to find that reaction bite in the morning. Outside of the first day, I caught one on a spinnerbait first thing. And ever since then, I've caught them all flipping back in pockets. So it's just a slow grind throughout the day, though. I don't really fill out my limit till later in the day, it seems. So it's just makes it more difficult to be real meticulous.
Bob Downey, you have to do exactly what he wants to do here. Like so many of our anglers, that's part of the appeal of Neely Henry Lake and all the opportunities that it offers. Get back over to Drew Benton. Drew Benton proving his lot each and every day and having a good morning.
It shows you how important one bite is. That 5-pounder, you would have been in 23rd, but with it
does the same thing with pollen.
Saw Drew Benton a little earlier with a crankbait around boat docks. Now you see him throwing a swim jig in this vegetation.
Get your butt in here. Yes, sir. Told you, there's gonna be one in that grass. Ain't been one in there all week. That was dry when we started. It's a 2-pounder.
So if you're just tuning in, what Drew Benton was referring to there, he's on the lower end, and where he just caught that fish was dry ground 2 days ago.
65-pound braid, big old flipping stick, meat and potatoes.
Drew Benton couldn't ask for a much better start than that. Of course, the morning is the time to do a lot of your work, Davey Height. That's been the way it's been playing out for especially the guys in our top 10 the first 2 days of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The morning has been critical. We heard Bob Downey, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Tommy and Ronnie. We said Bob Downey is one of the few anglers that's been able to just pitch a Texas rig and catch his fish throughout the day. Yesterday, it went to the last 5 minutes for him to catch that fish to keep him in the top 10. So the morning is very, very crucial. We'll see some of the anglers like a Paul Mueller and Bob Downey if they can catch fish throughout the day today.
We got another good morning going on right here. So great to have you with us here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Also with us, Ronnie Moore. And Ronnie, in a familiar spot there, the screen of knowledge. You're getting ready to hit us with some right between the eyes here, right?
Yeah, we've cut our field, Tommy, from 98 anglers over the first 2 days of competition down to just the top 48 today, and hopefully the top 10 will survive and battle out and advance to Championship Monday. But when it comes to fantasy fishing and the implications, we've lost half our field, so some guys will not be able to gain points today. Some are hoping to move up even more, and it helps to be a local on Neely Henry to a certain extent. We've seen the do or die nature of local knowledge, and the do nature of local knowledge is Clint Davis, Wes Logan, and Matt Herron. Davis and Logan both performing well in our top 10 after 2 days of competition. Matt Herron, the local favorite, 45th, snuck into that cut. A late fish on day 2 helped him fish today, and he advanced. And that's all you want, is a hope to fish on day 3, get paid. But the other side of it, kind of the Coosa curse, knowing too much about this body of water or this river system can burn you sometimes. And we saw Bill Weidler, Josh Strassner, and Scott Canterbury struggle mightily. Day 1, Josh Strassner had a great day in the 30s of this event, had 1 bass yesterday, 81st place. Scott Canterbury, the highest picked angler in fantasy fishing, 50% of the people picked him, finished 94th, almost dead last in this event. And before we left the screen, I wanted to show the difference of Drew Benton. Brian knew some of those water levels real quick. Down at Neely Henry has been low at the bottom of the lake. The river's been high from Weiss flooding the Neely Henry River. But then when you get down to the bottom, it's been extremely low. 503 feet 11 inches was the lower water level. Then it went up to 504.10 on day 2. And this morning, anglers were greeted with 505 feet 5 inches. So the water level has came up about half a foot to 3/4 of a foot each day of competition. That'll only help Paul Mueller and some of those guys down lake today and tomorrow.
All right, great info there, Ronnie, and amazing to think of the hammers on this lake who are now down the road. They've been eliminated, and otherwise just great anglers who could not figure it out. You've only got so many hours to deal with all the changes in conditions, and boy, that top 10 right there, hats off to them, but they're not home yet. They're in a precarious position. Paul Mueller hanging on to that lead right there, and a big move by Drew Benton here on day number 3. It's early on, and we will be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Well, today on FS1, the stars of NASCAR go old school with the throwback race from Darlington. Catch some of the most iconic rides as they hit the track for the Goodyear 400. All starts today at 3:30 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Back out on the water here at Neely Henry Lake, Gadsden, Alabama, and Brock Mosley, another one of our big stories here. 6th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series for Brock, and he's had a good couple of days here in Davie. He started on day 1, basically just taking what was left over after the rest of the anglers had set up. He went out very late.
What a spot! Yeah, a late boat number leaving out on day 1. He said, I just stopped where there wasn't anyone, like boat 92, but had a great day, obviously, on day 1. And yesterday, this big spotted bass on that top water walking bait, certainly a good start for Brock Mosley. He's really been on a strong run recently, just top two finishes just in the last few events. I talked with him a little bit yesterday. He said, man, the ball's just bouncing my way, and it certainly has been. It's continued to do that here on Neely Henry Lake.
Take a look at Brock Mosley's catches from yesterday, represented by those icons right there. Didn't quite have the production he had on day number 1. He led the field with almost 17 pounds on day number 1, but he did well enough just to tuck in ounces behind our leader, Paul Mueller.
Well, we just been, God, my first bite I've had all day. And I just took it from it. How's that for an update? Man, what a mess. Been kind of waiting on that all morning. What a mess. It's been slow so far this morning, but I got to the bank where caught some yesterday morning on topwater and the shad were spawning, which you would think would be a good thing, but there was no fish busting on them. And I know there's fish there. I've seen them. Got bit there all week. So I'll probably come back and try it again later in the day.
We've heard that a lot with anglers. That just because you're around some shad early morning doesn't necessarily mean you're around those fish.
I know a couple of my traveling partners did in practice, and just from talking to them, they're in practice, and what I seen yesterday, if you do get a bite on topwater, it's a good one. You know, it's 2.5 pounds or better. And I was kind of hoping, you know, if nothing else, if I, you know, got some bites early and did it all day, you know, the possibility of catching 15 pounds is pretty good. But it's been a little slow. That's fine. We're just fishing. Fishing a lot of new water. Keep zigging and zagging until we kind of figure out what the mood they're in today.
So I like the mindset Brock Mosley has there to fish for those bigger bites, just 2.5 pound plus fish, but with 0 fish in the live well, man, it makes you start second guessing yourself. Do you want to get some keepers in the live well?
One keeper there for Mr. Whiskers right there.
Does that cat have a kitten or a fish in its mouth?
I think he had a fish. Cats get to keep bluegill here. That's always been a rule on Neely Henry. Brian New with a good start today. 3 fish in the live wells. Moved him up into 3rd place, just behind Drew Benton. Brian New, who won the first event he ever fished in the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's the starting tournament of this year down at the St. Johns River in Florida.
And last year, Tommy, he won his first ever Bassmaster Open he ever fished. So 14 career events with Bass, 2 major victories. Will compete in the Bassmaster Classic next month in Fort Worth because of his win last year.
He is the poster boy for big dreams here. We will say that. Exactly. He has got a ton of confidence and a lot of aspiration.
Well, and it is very cool for young kids watching, or maybe middle-aged anglers that don't have a boat of their own. How do I get into tournament fishing? He shows it exactly. Get in the back of the boat, fish your local tournaments, gain confidence, get some money, win in some tournaments, and you can make it to the front and qualify for the Elite Series.
Great pictures all week long from here on Neely Henry. It is a beautiful and a very fascinating place. Let's take you over right above Seth Fighter right now. Seth's got 2 small ones in the boat.
Mid-morning update. Made a good call on the starting spot. Had 3 bites, got 2 keepers. One okay one little tiny guy. Was trying to make this swim jig and the bank grass work just because that's what I've got in my bigger bites this week. But it ain't looking very good as far as that goes. So probably gonna end up doing a lot of cranking today and maybe even pull out a spinning pole. But this bite has been best in the morning, so I'm gonna run it a little while longer. Hopefully we can luck into a 3-4 pounder or 2, and then we're gonna change gears and get back to what we started doing this morning, and cranking some current seams and probably pick up a spinning pole and try to get a couple. I think if I'm gonna get a great big easy one, it's gonna be on a swim jig right away in the morning. So I got 1 or 2 more banks I'm gonna run, and then after that we're gonna switch gears and get after it. Kind of stupid though, I pulled into one spot and had 3 bites this morning in the first
15 minutes and I left, and I probably should have just stayed there, but I had dreams of 4-pounders slurping a slim jig off the surface, so kind of got me in here now, but we'll get back on that program pretty soon here.
Angler of the Year points leader with a definite plan for today, at least the morning half of this day here. Back to Bob Downey, another upper Midwest guy from Hudson, Wisconsin.
Boy, if you're just tuning in, you can tell. You look at that water willow, that vegetation line on the shoreline. The first morning of this event, it was barely under the water. Now it's out of the water almost.
Gosh, he's right where he's supposed to be. Right on the point. We got a swim jig fish.
Downey fished with Seth Fighter from the back of the boat when he was a teenager. He got his start up in the Midwest in the back of Fighter's boat as well. So,
oh man, that's the breeding ground. Yeah. Backside of that boat.
Yeah.
That's
fish with a pro, you'll probably learn something. That's basically what it's saying.
Good advice. Got lots of pro fishing to watch here this morning. Happy Mother's Day to you. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Paul Mueller on top. Started the day with the lead and hanging in there. Gerald Swindle now moving again. Drew Benton moving up all week long. We'll be back with more.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Into our second hour of fishing here, Neely Henry Lake, day number 3. In a couple of weeks, we will continue the Alabama swing for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We will be at legendary Lake Guntersville on the Tennessee River, May 20th, 22nd, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd here. That will be a good one. Guntersville, always a tremendous stop for the Elite Series anglers. Right now, we're happy to welcome our colleague, Mark Zona here. And Z, good to see you this morning. And what we're seeing today, very important day. A lot of guys bunched up very close, a lot of real marauders under that top 10, too. Nobody can feel safe today, right? At least so far.
Number one, a very happy Mother's Day to both of you and everybody watching here on FS1. And,
thank you.
You know, I'm not going to lie, that Mr. Whiskers, the key to my heart, you know what I hear you, Tommy.
Yeah.
But, you know, really kind of watching how this tournament has transpired, especially yesterday, man, if you look at the top of that leaderboard and you look at Gerald Swindle and Paul Mueller, if you don't follow the Bassmaster Elite Series, it is two so distinctly different game plans. Paul Mueller kind of living on one shallow offshore spot against guys like Gerald Swindle, like Drew Benton, Brock Mosley, who are on their trolling motor all day long. And here's the one thing that was kind of amazing to watch with Paul Mueller was it almost seemed, Davey Height, like his spot got better as the day went on yesterday.
Yeah, it really did. And, you know, he switched up a little bit. I think one of the keys to his success yesterday, he realized that with the slick water conditions, no wind, that he laid down that crankbait and picked up this Zoom trick worm on a shaky head and really did a lot better.
You know, and really the other thing that we are seeing a little bit this morning is for the guys that are grinding shallow, Gerald Swindle, Seth Fighter, capitalizing on that early morning topwater bite. It just feels like something's off today. And by the way, when he broke his rod right there, he made a comment, which I'm trying to process it, guys. He said, "Look, does Peyton Manning go on the practice field and test footballs?" He actually absolutely does. I'm just making a clear point.
Yeah, concise right there. Yeah.
So one thing I've noticed, I agree with you 100%, Z. The shallow water bite seems to have dwindled away somewhat this morning. We saw Seth Fighter catch 2 very quick. We saw Gerald Swindle, but then it just died after about 30 minutes. And you think, well, the Paul Mueller fishing offshore, everything's going to him, but Gerald Swindle has to know the sandbars and these flat tapering points that these spotted bass love to live on this time of the year, to spawn, to feed on those shad. Gerald Swindle has to know those places. The next move if this water willow does go high and dry.
Absolutely. And the one thing that you made note of it about a half hour ago, Davey, you could tell that that water has really receded in that water willow. And the other thing, you know, if you combine that water falling with, it's kind of seems like it's a little softer current today. That current really set these fish up, and you saw big flurries, big bite windows day one, especially yesterday. And it just seems like it's a little bit off. You're seeing Swindle not covering as much water today as he was yesterday morning when he was absolutely crushing them the first 3 hours.
Guys, we look at Paul Mueller as we see this equalization between this sort of bisected lake here. Is that in Paul Mueller's favor, or is that something he's going to have to tweak up and adjust a little bit?
Man, you know, we got to talk about this on the first day of this tournament. Is if you really talked to the locals that we're supposed to dominate in this event, Scott Canterbury, Matt Herron, every one of them to a man will tell you, absolutely tell you, that if you fish the lower end, which is what Paul Mueller's doing, you're playing it safe. You're more in a numbers game, more in a quantity game, to where guys like Gerald Swindle, he's in the area when you go upriver, going by what locals will tell you, the better quality is when you go up that river. And that's, look, Paul Mueller's just kind of gone against that theory and leading the event right now.
It's very unusual, the conditions that we have here, but Paul Mueller, where he's fishing offshore, was perfect the first 2 days. Obviously, you look at his weights, but you see the water falling for a Gerald Swindle where Seth Fighter is, where a lot of these anglers are. But the water's rising where Paul Mueller is, and I think that's the exact opposite of what he would really want. More fish would gravitate out there where he's at if that water was falling there, but it's just the opposite. Where he's at, the water is actually rising.
Which is absolutely the weirdest thing. I mean, if predominantly the places we go to, it's the exact opposite usually that happens, which makes this playing field very unique. But the one thing, looking at going into later today, day 3, into Championship Monday, here's the great thing this time of year, and Davey, you know this as well as anybody, whenever you have kind of that a little bit of everything, a little bit of pre-spawn, a little bit of spawning going on, and a lot of fish that are already in post-spawn, they always make for the closest, the tightest events of the season, and that is absolutely, but here's why I say that. Every 10 minutes of this event so far, you could pick somebody in that top 10 where you're like, yeah, he's figured it out. That's the great thing about this tournament, because it is impossible to pick a favorite right now, and we've got 1 day left. Green bug. It is, Tommy.
No, it's a hair.
That is
thing.
2.
Okay, all right.
So you're right, Z, and I think we've done that, you and I, maybe even Tommy and Ronnie. You see a guy, and we call it like Todd Alton, boy, look out for him, and then you just see him kind of fade away a little bit on a Brock Mosley, and I think we're right in saying he's got it figured out, but the conditions are changing so rapidly that, yeah, he did have it figured out, but that was 2 hours ago. The water level has totally changed, and the water clarity has totally changed.
Davey, am I out of line to young Wes Logan down in the bottom right-hand corner? Did I see him throw his sunglasses in the lake? I really thought I did.
Oh.
like you've never done that.
I mean, hey, bud, if they're free, you know what? Send it.
Sure.
Okay, he was just checking to make sure they didn't float. You see that? He just leaned on over there.
Hey, listen, the hand gesture was the best. I mean, seriously,
that's when your day's just kind of going that way.
We've all had mornings like that. Gosh, the hand gesture literally said everything.
Hand on the hip now. See him down there.
So we got Paul Mueller, whose lead has actually increased by a pound and a half. There we go. One more look at that. We can't stop.
That is an
Can't help
unofficial
ourselves.
powerful replay of the day. There's no doubt
Z in
whatsoever.
his bio, his parents, he's known to be clumsy. His parents wrote that he could mess up a steel ball with a rubber hammer.
It's my vote for a replay of the day right there.
Yeah. And the nonchalant no-care frustration right after it happened.
Yeah, that's the magic. Well, as you mentioned, Auten, Mosley, both of them waiting on their first fish today.
Yeah, that tells you right there. Brock Mosley, Todd Auten, waiting on their first keeper. Something drastically has changed shallow on Neely Henry, no doubt, because these guys were already culling yesterday by this time.
And Brock Mosley, I know you've been watching him. He's been on those bluff banks all day the previous 2 days, and you see him on a flatter bank with some brush right now.
You know, and the one thing that we got to see, you know, Bob Downey with a giant fish late in the day yesterday. It's going to be one of these guys who can capitalize. And the biggest thing, we saw it on replay a bunch. Who can connect with a big one today? And it's going to take a better than average size fish. Who can capitalize and put it in the boat?
Absolutely. As Paul Mueller made it very clear at the weigh-in, you can't have a bad day here. Not at this tournament. One bad day and you are falling off the ship and the ship is moving away. But right now, Paul Mueller is keeping it right where he wants it. Thank you so much, Z. We'll be back with our friend Mark Zona a little bit later on in our broadcast today. Some good stuff. Drew Benton, Gerald Swindle hanging right behind Paul Mueller right now. So many changes on the way. We'll be back.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Neely Henry Lake on the Coosa River, the famed Coosa River, in our fantastic host city of Gadsden, Alabama. We continue with day number 3 action. We've been fishing for about an hour and a half right now, already seeing changes on the leaderboard. Those 10 guys were in the boat, well, with all but one of them all day long, and because they started with one job to do, stay in the top 10, because only the top 10 will fish tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Yusuke Miyazaki, though, has been able to come from outside that top 10 up into there. Right now, that music, Davey Height, sets me to thinking what you might be choosing today for our Power Pole replay of the day.
Well, we've had a lot happen so far this morning for the Power Pole replay today, so we've got to talk about this. Gerald Swindle, a little mishap for him early in the morning. Solid 3.5-pound largemouth bass, almost in the boat, hits the gunnel, falls out of the boat, unfortunately. Gerald Swindle, number 2, sets the hook, breaks his rod. Wes Logan loses his $300 pair of sunglasses, and you can just absolutely incredible. I don't know which one we're going to vote on there. What say you, Tommy?
Oh, I love them all. Let's make them all the Power Pole replay of the day. Seth Fighter. Two keepers, small ones, in the boat so far for Seth.
See Seth Fighter here. Slowed down. He was swimming a jig. Now he's pitching a Texas rig. Looks like a creature bait Texas rig, maybe a jig. It's really hard to see right here, but he's been focusing on the shad, the shade line in front of him where the shad have been spawning, but that has not happened good for him this morning.
Davey, you pointed out, I think the first 2 days, knowledge we needed here. Those shad spawn all up and down the lake, but not every place has those bass pulling up to eat them, and not every place is equal.
Yeah, I'm talking to several of these anglers before day 1, and they said their shad spawns up and down Neely Henry Lake, but not all sections have the bass in them. And Clark Winlet was one saying, I hope I can start on the right spot and land on top of him, which he did on day one. Seth Fighter was another angler, said the same thing, and it happened for him on day one. Not quite as good on day two, but just has not happened for him here on day three. You start to look at like a Drew Benton there on the right that's doing a lot of different things. We've seen him with a crankbait in his hand, spinning rod in his hand, a swim jig, even a Brian New. Those anglers that you see them mixing it up and doing a lot of different things, this might really play out well for them.
Take another look at our Alabama map and locate Neely Henry Lake for you here, about 77 miles of the Coosa River, constructed by Alabama Power back in the 60s, as a matter of fact. It hasn't been around that long. And we go upriver a little bit. Find the man who started high on that leaderboard today, Todd Auten, but he has steadily fallen. Still in the top 10, needing to get a keeper in the boat.
Brush and there's one. Number one, finally. Not a giant, but it's better than what I got. Oh, I don't know, pound and 3/4 maybe.
Much slower start for Todd Auten this morning. Yesterday caught one, I think, on his first cast. Good solid fish on his first cast yesterday, and caught a couple other keepers.
I said, there's always one on the fence. Just hoping one on each side.
Well, we mentioned just a few minutes ago, the one angler able to bust into the top 10 so far early on today based on a 3.5 pounder he put in the boat. Yusuke Miyazaki, and tell us about the big one. How did you catch the big one?
Yeah, every day, I catch, 3 to 4 pounder. And I mainly flip and crank, every day. And 1-2 punch, pretty much that I do. But the key is a little bit cleaner water and a little bit depth, I'm fishing it. Then hopefully catching another couple nice one, like yesterday, catching a couple 4 pounder or 2-3 pounder, that things,
So, Yusuke, you had a decent day on day one. Yesterday, a better day, a good start this morning. You mentioned the clean water. Do you think the water is going to continue to get cleaner and cleaner for you?
Yeah, but too much clean is no good. Little density is the key, but especially the first day was so dirty everywhere, and so I went to the little bit cleaner water area. Then I catch, consistently, I catch it. Then yesterday was, the best day so far, because water dropped a little bit and the bass comes out the inside to, outside the edge, so it's a little bit more bite. Even today was dropping the water about half foot. This is on feet, but more than half foot, it's dropping, so bass is biting it, but just I need one or two more big ones, that's I need so far.
Well, great job today. Great tournament. Yusuke Miyazaki, the veteran, doing very, very well on a very challenging Neely Henry Lake right there. We will keep our eye on Yusuke Miyazaki throughout the course of today. Let's get back out on the water with Brian New.
Tommy, Yusuke was climbing from 19th. We got another one, Brandon Palaniuk, who had a big day yesterday, second, one of the biggest bags. He started from 54th, 17th. He just caught his 4th fish. He's in 6th place. So watch out for him.
Oh, boy, always. Yeah, those guys just hanging outside the top 10. You've got Wendlandt, you've got Hackney, you got Corey and Chris Johnston.
That wasn't my fault.
Yeah, you have to keep an eye on those guys. We talked earlier on day one about how we would see anglers swing up and down the leaderboard. And, this morning was really just the start of the third quarter, or the second half, so to speak. So a lot of fishing yet to go.
That was like the craziest thing ever. He ain't very big. He's probably 12 ounces. Hot dang, I'm good. He's 13 ounces.
I think it's another little one. Yeah, it's better than I think it is.
Solid keeper there for Clint Davis.
Bullshit. You choked it.
Not two at a time like he was catching yesterday, but a good solid keeper.
Right, exactly. Davis from Montevallo, Alabama, coming out of the college ranks to really just gaining every year he spends out here on the Elite Series. Talented angler.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy, he's certainly talented, no doubt about it. And fun to be in the boat with. Every time we've had a camera with him, he's got a good positive attitude. Always seems to be catching some fish. Sometimes they're big, sometimes not so much.
It's a bite.
You mentioned two at once, Davey Hyde. Let's get a look at that from yesterday.
If you weren't with us yesterday, Clint Davis said, I've got a good one, and he gets the bait up closer to the boat. He said, no, it's not a good one, it's two of them. So if you've never done that, that's certainly quite the treat when you're fishing a crankbait with two treble hooks. Have one fish on each hook. Looks like he's hooked up again here. No, just had a bite he missed. It's really incredible the way you can make 100 casts and not catch a fish, and then on one certain cast you catch two fish. But they're competitive, and oftentimes you just need that first fish to strike, and it'll activate the other fish around them.
Let's get back over to Todd Auten. Just got on the board about 10, 11 minutes ago. Slower start for him today. Great day 1 and 2 for the veteran from South Carolina who finished a runner-up in the World Championship here in Alabama last year.
Just slick, calm around Todd Auten. I was hoping for some wind. I'm sure he was hoping for some wind. Would really help that vibrating jig bite that he's been on. Here he is, hooked up. Good one.
That's a little one. Number 2.
Well, that first one's always the most difficult one to put in the boat, Tommy.
That's right. Stay in that top 10. Todd started way up there today. He'd fallen out, and that one, as it's added in, gets him back into the top 10 right now, and that's the whole objective for today. Be in that top 10 at the end of the weigh-in coming up this afternoon. Good stuff on the way. Come back and join us.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerpole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Coming up next on FS1, the PBA playoffs have reached the round of 8. See which bowlers will rise up and move one step closer, claiming the $100,000 grand prize. It's all right here next on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Everybody looking forward to watching those guys get rolling. We've got 48 guys rolling in the semifinal round out here, and only 10 are going to roll into the finals. Championship Monday this time around. Back out, Brock Mosley started this day in second place. He was our leader on day number 1. Take him back. This season has been eventful for him. A triumph and frustration, the only way to describe it. Made all the right moves on Pickwick Lake, including moving up here to the tail race, Davey.
Get in the boat! Yeah!
Yeah, he did. This was the final day. Brock Mosley was fishing a few miles down from the tail race.
Some of that.
The first 3 days of the tournament there at Pickwick, but on the final day, made a gamble, almost pulled it off. Had a big stringer, but Bill Lowen caught that giant largemouth flipping that Brock Mosley was not able to overcome.
Yeah.
So a good second place finish for him there. Like I told Brock, you had 98 guys who would have swapped places with you there. So he leaves there and goes to Sabine River, has another great tournament, makes a long run the first 3 days, stays close the final day, makes a change. Second place for him there also.
Well, 2 second places in the course of a season. That's a good side and a bad side. And Brock Mosley, super competitive angler from the state of Mississippi, just really, really wanting to break through. Maybe the third time will be the charm for Brock Mosley.
Here he is hooked up. Hopefully his first keeper. Yes.
That may break the ice.
I'm really amazed.
It will break the ice.
He's gone this long before he caught his first keeper. It really looked like he had a good plan with the water fluctuation on these deep banks.
He ain't big. But he's enough to break the ice. So he's a polar bear in my book.
Brandon Palaniuk, two-time winner from last year. First one with a limit. It's up to 5th place.
Watch out, as we say, for that guy. We saw Brock Mosley with one that hit him earlier, couldn't quite get it to the boat, and that fish was, so, I mean, he was absolutely leaning on that bank, Davey Hyde. I mean, they were so tight.
Glad to have you there, little buddy.
Yeah, Tommy, we've expected to see more fish in the live well by this time with Brock Mosley, what he's been doing. And the fish he lost earlier, I have no clue how he lost that fish.
Our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake now going to show us all of our anglers, all 48 who survived the cut yesterday, to have their shot at it today, and how they are distributed here on Neely Henry, David.
Yeah, you take a closer look here at the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, and you see through 77 miles of fishable, let's say the Coosa River, called Neely Henry Lake. You see anglers distributed throughout the whole 77 miles, taking off about midway of the lake, let's call it. You see you have more anglers in that first 3 or 4 miles above and below takeoff, but you also see, earlier we saw anglers down close to the dam, and as you go farther and farther up rivers, we see anglers almost up to the Weiss Dam that feeds Neely Henry Lake. So a good sign of a good population of fish. The big secret here this week will be the anglers that can catch those 3, 4, and even a few 5-pound fish.
77 miles long, and at some points only 150 yards across. That's a lake that looks like a river for sure. Would be live.
I love these 4 boxes where you can see 4 anglers with 4 different approaches, oftentimes 4 different baits, fishing different depths, fishing different types of cover. You see Paul Mueller on the top left there fishing offshore. He's fishing a shallow bar that has a ditch that runs through it with some stumps and a few rocks, holding some fish that are pre-spawn, potentially some fish spawning offshore because it's shallow enough for those fish to do that where Paul Mueller's fishing. And also some post-spawn fish. The one thing that really goes against everything you know about fishing lakes is he's on the lower end and the water is rising tremendously, just probably 2 feet over the last 3 or 4 days where Paul Mueller is. And that's typically not what you want fishing this scenario. Brian New over on the right, he's been fishing one drain, one terracotta pipe coming from a backwater. It's been very, very good to him. But you also see him just fishing down the bank around some boat docks. I think he's probably using his electronics, looking for stumps and pieces of brush around these boat docks.
Gerald Swindle off to a fast start today. It's been a little quiet for the last half hour for him. Back to Mueller.
Yeah, so right now I'm just kind of waiting for the wind to pick up. You know, it's been pretty calm. This is the most wind we've had so far. It's supposed to be pretty windy today. And the reason I'm waiting for it is I really want to throw the crankbait, but I don't want to lose fish on it. And I've thrown it some today. It actually doesn't even seem like they want it yet, but I got a feeling when that wind picks up, it's going to turn them on. So typically that's what it is with crankbait fishing. You need the wind. Here, maybe not so much because you have current, you have color in the water, but you know, I think the wind will, you know, fire these fish up. I fished another place where I caught a good one yesterday, or actually a couple good fish on a crankbait, and I actually saw on my live scope where they followed it, pretty much followed it to the boat. So sometimes what it takes is just a little bit of wind to get those fish to trigger versus follow. So it's real bright, you know, these type of conditions you need the wind. And so I'm just kind of, you know, fishing a shaky head, trying to be patient. Got a couple on it, missed a pretty good one on it. And they've been eating it weird too, so that's kind of telling me that, you know, maybe that crankbait thing isn't the deal yet. But I'm definitely gonna keep it honest because I've caught, you know, pretty much all but one of my big fish on a crankbait. And that's, you know, that's what you're gonna need 2 to 3 of them each day, or one real big one.
Paul Mueller working the plan, staying with the plan, staying the course on this day, wants to position himself because he knows how to win. Davey Hyde, he knows how to close these things out. He's got 2 Elite Series wins.
A great fisherman Paul Mueller is, and we've known that for quite a few years, but in 2019, he proved it to himself and everyone else that has kept up with Paul Mueller in his career. Not a big surprise here on Lake Lanier. Deep water, finesse fishing, right up Paul Mueller's wheelhouse, no doubt about it. But he leaves there just a few tournaments later.
That was cool.
St. John's River, flipping stick in his hand, 65-pound braid, punching a heavyweight, something that no one knew that Paul Mueller really could do. And he didn't just do it, he won that event also to start 2020.
Down that magic backwater there, upstream from Palatka, Florida, and closed out his second win, looking for number 3, as we say here. Let's get you some bonus coverage right now. Go right down to Brandon Palnick, and a great continued day 2, keeping that momentum going today. What's been the key for you, Brandon?
Well, Tommy, I've been in the same area all 3 days, but it's literally like fishing a new lake every single day. Where I caught my bass yesterday is high and dry today. And same thing the first day, where I caught him the first day was high and dry yesterday. So it's like I get to see a new body of water every day, even though I'm fishing the same area. I think what it's doing though is it's moving fish in and out kind of, and that's allowed me to be able to continue to catch them. I didn't have a bite the last 2 days of practice, and I've managed to catch a limit all 3 days so far. So to me, it's been a good event.
So Brandon, last year we saw you hold the blue trophy over your head 2 different times. That doesn't happen very often to anyone in their career, and you look quite comfortable doing that. But I've noticed this season you've stayed around to congratulate the winners, get your picture with them holding the blue trophy. But you didn't look quite as comfortable doing that. With you making the surge here today, do you think it's your turn again to hold a blue trophy over your head tomorrow?
Davey, you know as well as I do, you just never know when that's going to happen. I mean, if you would have asked me that 3 days ago, I would have said not a chance in the world. But with the changing conditions, this place is so volatile right now. You never know which guy's going to land on them and which guy's not. I don't know. I don't have that feeling yet like it's my time. But if I make it tomorrow and I have close the gap and have a shot, then it might be a different story. And I promise you, I'll sit there and I'll congratulate every single guy this year. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to beat them.
Well, great job staying in one place and making it work for you. And we agree with you. You're having a great tournament. Brandon Palnick, the Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Going out there,
Great
two-time winner last year, 2020. Oh, we
Great
got some big
fisherman he
sticks
is.
out there. Paul Mueller hanging on. Brian New, man, having a great day. Number 3, Gerald Swindle. Polinick, Airy moving up into the top 10 along with Yusuke Miyazaki. So big changes as predicted here on day number 3.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Yeah, our coverage from Neely Henry continues on here, and guess what? We're barely a month away from the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook for the first time ever. Our host city will be a great city, fun city, sports town, Fort Worth, Texas. Also a big bass fishing town as well. That will be so much fun at the brand new Dickies Arena. Everyone's going to get to experience the Classic like never before. It will be fun. And the fishing, wow, on Lake Ray Roberts, man, big bass, notorious big bass waters there in the Trinity River system, just north of there. Get you back out to our leader, Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, 2-time Elite Series winner, Seth Feider.
Yeah, it's no surprise when you see Seth Feider up north and he rounds some big smallmouth that he is going to be a factor. I can't believe when we were talking to him yesterday, he said about the Angler of the Year, just a few tournaments left, only 3 remaining after this one. He said, I might stump my toe up north. Well, we've never seen him stump his toe up north. We've always seen him excel.
The year before last, that great year 2019, boy, what a show he put on at St. Clair. It was just, it got silly after a while.
It really was silly. I remember that, Tommy. I think I was in the studio with you there. He was catching not just smallmouth bass, but giant smallmouth bass every single cast. You see Seth Feider here, the champion on Lake St. Clair, and he blew the field away.
Let's get out live. It's Seth Feider right now. We got a couple of tournaments coming from smallmouth country later this season. Champlain and the St. Lawrence River.
Here we go, hooked up again. This swimming a white jig was very good to him the first day, but much slower today, but good solid keeper here for Seth. Good solid keeper. Saw that a lot from him on day one, but slower yesterday and much slower today. But you notice he's on the shady side of the river. Once the sun comes up, the shad seem to go out into deeper water, so he fishes only the shady side from about mid-morning on.
That moved him from outside the top 10 back in at 6th place. He is the man in charge of Bassmaster Angler of the Year points as we take a look at our Skeeter Angler of the Year watch. There's Minnesota Seth Feider on top. Came into this tournament barely 4 points away from Patrick Walters. Patrick Walters did not see this tournament go his way, and he was not able to make the cut into fishing today on day number 3. And that turned into a huge advantage for Seth Feider now with a 47-point lead. Now, Seth Feider, the downside of that, he can't gain anymore. He can only lose for right now.
Yeah, you see, we talk about that 2-day cut with Patrick Walters just barely missing it. Just literally a few ounces kept him from being able to fish today and gain points. So that 2nd-day cut is so critical for so many reasons, even counting towards Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
All of these guys working those Angler of the Year points for another purpose, to qualify for the World Championship next year in 2022. And there's a lot of guys, really good anglers, who still have some big-time work to do on that front as we head into the final third of the season.
If you follow the Angler of the Year points, and you see some anglers that are, they're in jeopardy of making the Bassmaster Classic, some anglers that we always think coming into the season, they're going to be in contention to win Angler of the Year. It's just incredible the way each and every season shakes out, but this one in particular.
Where it just starts and then it stops, so at some point it will.
See Paul Mueller for the first time today picking up the crankbait that he talked about earlier. Just a little wind starting to blow there, but the thing that these anglers, most of them want to fish moving baits so they can search for more fish. A great example of it yesterday was Matt Airy with no fish in a live well. He slowed down. Once he'd caught his first fish, he slowed down and threw a worm there and caught 5 or 6 fish in a row that would not bite that crankbait. But he was able to locate those fish with a moving bait covering water. And that's what most of these anglers want to do. Exactly what Paul Mueller is doing. He's trying to locate another group of fish. And if he catches a few on the crankbait, he'll lay it down and pick up a plastic worm and try to catch the other fish that are in that school.
Well, that was the move yesterday that put him on top of the leaderboard for sure.
And when you talk about using these moving baits, Tommy, it's all about time of being efficient with your time. These anglers want to cover as much water, let as many fish see their bait as they can, and they want to use the baits that these fish will bite. So if they will bite a moving bait, your percentages are going to be much better. But if they won't bite those moving baits, you have to slow down and fish the plastic worms or fish a jig, fish something slower on the bottom.
And as you pointed out yesterday, these fish are spending a lot of time feeding at night, early in the morning. The sun gets higher in the sky, and they're a little less inclined to bite.
Yes, when they've been feeding all night, it makes it much more difficult.
Well, Paul Mueller, he's won a tournament on spotted bass, and he knows what their potential is and how much fun they are to catch.
Your new leader here at the Whataburger Elite, Paul Mueller, with 30 pounds and 6 ounces.
You know, there's 2 more days, and you're going to have to catch them here. So, man, it was fun, though. Those fish fight so hard. It's nerve-wracking when you're fishing a tournament, but, man, it's a lot of fun. I mean, especially with a spinning rod and a shaky head, it was just hold on, those spotted bass. I mean, I had one that was about 2.5 pounds, and I thought it was like a 4-pounder when I was fighting it, and I was like, that's it? That's all it is? I mean, they're pound for pound. It's probably one of the hardest fighting fish I've ever caught.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Good Sunday morning to you from the Coosa River, the famed Coosa River here in north central Alabama. This Whataburger Bassmaster Elite is in its 3rd of 4 days of competition. Cracked the top 10. That is your objective for today. Big changes as we see the former Angler of the Year. Multiple wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Brandon Polinick not just cracking the top 10, going right up, tucked right behind Paul Mueller. Clark Wendlandt as well started his day outside the top 10. Fell off the pace just a little bit yesterday, but you knew he was going to make a stand on this day as well. And Clark Wendlandt doing very, very well today. A very recent flurry, Mike Sutar.
Oh, yeah, he's caught 4 fish within 20 minutes, last 20 minutes.
So watching very closely the story of Gerald Swindle. 6th place, looking for his opportunity for a first Elite Series win.
See Gerald Swindle mixing it up here this morning. It's the first time we've seen him on a bluff wall.
Oh, God, what a bite, dude. I mean, shredded it. Old spotted bass right there.
talked about this a little bit earlier with Gerald Swindle. We saw him fishing that water willow, the shallow vegetation with a buzzbait primarily the first 2 days. But you can see that water falling away from that, making it shallower and shallower. Even some of the water willow that he was fishing just 2 days ago, no water on it at all right now. And the thing that I mentioned, Gerald Swindle has a lot of history here. He knows to go from plan A to plan B with the water fluctuating, and that's one of the things that you know, the hometown advantage will certainly help. Him missing this fish here is could be a big deal. We saw him with a 3.5 pounder hit the side of his boat yesterday. He wasn't able to put in the boat, but you could just tell by Gerald's reaction here that he knew that was a quality fish that he just missed.
There's that miss.
This is a shot from yesterday. Yesterday morning, good 3.5 pounder came unhooked just on the side of the boat. And you could tell by Gerald's reaction there, he knows that's money. Unfortunately, going out of the boat.
You said a 3.5 pounder. Anybody who hasn't been following this one with us so far should know that a 3.5 pounder is huge here.
What I've been able to do every day is find the most stable water, and that's just going to be the key again today. Is if the grass fish the water gets too unstable, then I go back to the deeper rock fish. I really like this technique. They've slowed the current down a little, which could be good. Might help some of them more big ones. You know, when it was up 2 foot up here, it had everything pushed on the bank. Big stump right here ought to have old Granddaddy long legs on it.
Quick cut away from Gerald Swindle. We'll get back to that. He thinks he's on something. He's got a fish in the boat. Just caught one. Just landed a good one,
Keep
too.
a spot all week. I'll take that.
Boy, if Bob Downey could just get that early morning bite going, he would be a handful. He has missed that and still able to stay in the top 5.
I thought I had a gar or something at first. Man, these spots are mean. Dude, that's the kind we need. Yes, baby. I put them in at like 310. Yes.
That's the holy grail.
That
here.
is a beautiful spotted bass. 310. If you've never caught a Coosa River spotted bass around the 4 pound mark, 3.5 pound, you're missing out. They are fighters.
Downey had that 5 pound, 7 ounce fish in the last 5 minutes of his fishing yesterday to stay in the top 10.
I will throw that big gig up in there, though.
So what Gerald's doing now is what Neely Henry is famous for.
Gig.
A jig and a spinnerbait upstream around this wood, stumps, laydowns, that sort of thing. Neely Henry is known for exactly what Gerald is doing right now. The high water conditions has made that difficult until now.
You're just checking him every time because you never know. And that's sometimes you can get a exceptionally good follow-up on it. The big jig.
There's a Humminbird bird's eye view of Wes Logan. Currently out of the top 10 right now, into 12th place. Needs to get a catch or two going here.
Yeah, this is a great shot. We've seen Wes Logan, very similar to Gerald Swindle, fishing this shallow water willow. And with this bird's eye view shot from Humminbird, we can appreciate the water falling off of this vegetation. 2 days ago, the water level was right at the top of this water willow, and now you see the backside of it is almost out of the water and shallow in front. He's got a fish here. Great shot there.
Oh, yeah.
Good fish for Wes Logan there. Hopefully will help the lost sunglasses misery go away. He lost a pair of sunglasses a little while ago.
I'll put them up. Long and skinny. Two and a half. Need 3 more.
Well, you got to shake it off, but I can't help but think about a few of those fish that we've seen Wes Logan lose the last few days. He hasn't done that today, but boy, he's lost some solid fish on day 1 and day 2.
Better today. That one didn't really get it that good, but I mean, it kind of, I don't know. I thought it got it, but then I hooked it again, like I did those yesterday. Tore my dang frog up.
Oh, keepers are so few and far between here. Really, really execute to the best of your ability here, and every lost fish is man, it looms large in the whole 4-day picture.
And it seems like he's throwing this frog a lot. He's getting a better quality bite, and that's why it's so critical for him to put those fish in the boat, because he's not catching as many fish as, say, a Clark Winlet, a Paul Mueller, a Drew Benton. You keep naming some of those names. They've been catching 12, 15, maybe even close to 20 fish per day. They've been getting that many bites. A lot of those fish are 1 pound fish, pound and a half, that sort of thing. Wes Logan's not getting that many bites, but the average size is much better. That's why it's so costly when he does lose a fish.
Bob Downey supplanted Brandon Palaniuk in second place. Wes Logan's fish should get him in our top 5.
Yeah, that big one for Bob Downey was really turned his morning around for sure. Brandon Palaniuk with the first guy to a limit out there today. As a result, he's 3rd place right now. Only other angler with a limit so far right now is Jamie Hartman.
Making a big move. He came from 50th on day 1 with about 9 pounds with a 14-pound bag yesterday to 23rd. Now he's knocking on the door.
You always look out for Jamie Hartman in Alabama. Back to Bob Downey.
Yes.
Good fish there for Bob Downey. You can tell the wind is starting to pick up. Some of these anglers are certainly hoping for more wind today, and you can see that is starting to happen.
Yeah, those anglers looking for wind include Gerald Swindle, and repeatedly Paul Mueller has said, man, I need the wind to get something going. But right now, he decided to pick up and make a move. Paul Mueller doing all the arithmetic, trying to hang on. His eyes on the prize, a trophy at the end of tomorrow. Could it happen? We'll be back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Today on FS1, the stars of NASCAR go old school with the throwback race from Darlington. Catch some of the most iconic rides as they hit the track for the Goodyear 400. It starts today, 3:30 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Lots of great sports for your Mother's Day Sunday here. In the middle of a great event right now with some big changes on top of the leaderboard, which looks so different than it did when we started just 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. Bob Downey on top of the leaderboard after having fallen out of the top 10, started in the 5th spot today. Matt Airy started outside the top 10. And, hey, I guess that's going to be something that we need to recognize here, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, certainly Bob Downey is the Mercury move of the day. His move of the day really has been great today, but with 5 minutes to go yesterday, he caught a 5-pounder that kept him in contention, moved him back up to 5th place. He's capitalized on that this morning. In 2.5 hours, he has moved from 5th place atop the leaderboard. So certainly Bob Downey is our Mercury move of the day.
With 4 fish, let's take a look how they sort out as we look at our map here. Representation, not right there, pretty much Gadsden, Alabama.
Yeah, just a little bit downstream of our takeoff there, Tommy. A lot of the anglers, they've been spread out, but if you had to pick one general area where we've seen more fish catches, it has been within probably 3 miles each side of Gadsden right there. But you see Bob Downey has done well right in a small little stretch, probably of a couple hundred yards just below the takeoff there in Gadsden, Alabama.
And we got 4 in the box now. One good one, a couple small ones. But I'm happy to have 4 by 9:12, and I'm gonna run back down and fish my way back up through here. What do you think when that spot hit? It was pretty sweet. It was like my first or second cast. So I'm pretty fired up about it. Hoping I made maybe a little bit of the right adjustment here. I don't know who this is down here, but
So he has certainly made the right adjustment this morning, moving from 5th place when we started this morning all the way up to unofficially our leader. But this is yesterday. Keep in mind, 5 minutes before he had to leave to check in, Bob Downey caught this 5-pounder that brought him from, about 22nd, 23rd place all the way up to 5th place.
And the power of one big fish is great everywhere, but boy, it's really strong here at Neely Henry.
what's that? Sorry, Kyle, I can't hear you. One sec. I was gonna start kind of in this corner and go up. No, that's fine. You want to fish this point? Well, I was gonna fish the point, but not if you were coming to it. You go fish the point. I'll start about where that bird is up there. That's good. I just didn't want to cut you off. I ain't been fishing. Yeah. You're good. Thanks, man.
Good to see them working things out there. We do have 77 miles of the Coosa River here, but it's also only 11,000 total acres. So you have to have some conversation with anglers on the water.
Yeah, no, I haven't been fishing it either.
Yep, 11,000 acres, you have no reasonable expectation of privacy for 4 straight days, although Paul Mueller said he loves the fact that he's been basically the only guy doing what he's doing. And where he's
he's the only one we've seen fishing offshore, fishing this shallow hump with a ditch running through it. But we saw him making a move just a few minutes ago. Those fish not replenished for him.
I had it hooked in the tongue pretty bad. Yeah.
Be interesting to see over the next hour or so, Davey, if Paul makes a move back there and how those fish react with the wind. We can now see it really affecting his jersey and his shorts there, and we can see that a little bit of an uptick. Sometimes it's not as soon as the wind starts, but letting wind hit it for 30 minutes to an hour, and then fish can position where they want to be.
Exactly right. This is what he's been asking for, wishing for, hoping for, and you see it just now starting to happen.
And you mentioned it, Davey. Bob Downey, 22nd, 23rd place on Bass Track with 5 minutes left in his day. Yesterday, 1 5-pounder jumps him into the 5th place, and then a couple keepers today. So it's been about 3 hours of competition since he was down in the 20s, and now he's the leader of the event.
Well, we just kind of made a little adjustment here, and started throwing a swim jig a little bit more. I've been throwing it some in the tournament, I caught one good one on a spinner bait the first day, but I kind of felt like my morning flipping bite, which hasn't been phenomenal, but it's been okay the last few days, was just kind of not there today. So decided to see if I couldn't just try some new banks here. I tried a few new things this morning. It didn't really pan out, but just got on this bank here, and in like 15 minutes put 3 in the boat in one good spot. So we just buzzed back down, and we're going to work our way back up here. I wish I would have started here this morning. It seems to me that there was probably some sort of shad spawn going on, and we're maybe just catching the tail end of it here. So, but there's still birds hanging around on this bank, which is always a good sign. So we're just gonna run back up this deal and see if we can't get a few more in the box, and I'd be real happy with that. The water's fallen quite a bit, so kind of back in the pockets that I've been catching them in. You know, there's less and less water each day in those things. So I don't know if more fish are just funneling out from those pockets where they were spawning and immediately post spawn, and now they're kind of more and more are coming out here. So I felt like my pattern was fading a little bit for numbers. So hopefully this little adjustment pays off and we can fill out a limit, and then probably go punching more in the afternoon or flipping in the afternoon, mid-morning, and
Bob Downey on top right now as it stands. And here's a guy. We're going to get some bonus coverage from an angler we spent a lot of time in the boat with yesterday. North Carolina's Matt Airy. And Matt, a big move on your part today. We watched you make that big move yesterday, going from not much to a limit in short order. Is that kind of the way it's gone down today?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it short order compared to yesterday. Yesterday we didn't have a fish until like 9:45, and then we hit a flurry, and they were all small. I've had some pretty. I should have had a little bit better bag, but I'm top water fishing, and that's part of it. Had a good one hooked up, jump came off, caught a pretty good one, and then caught another decent one. We've got a limit, so we're way ahead of schedule compared to yesterday. I'm gonna keep this big topwater in my hand and see if I can't come across it. I need a couple big bites to get up in the hopefully 14, 15 pound range, which is I feel like where we need to be to get back in this thing.
So Matt, you've made good adjustments all 3 days so far in this tournament, and you've stayed up with the fish. Tell us a little bit about what you think is, because you, as a tournament angler, you always have to be thinking not only what's going on right now, but what the conditions are going to be a few hours from now or even tomorrow. Tell us what you plan on doing and what you think is going to happen with the water level and the water clarity, the area of the lake that you're fishing.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that, Davey, because we all have our theories as anglers, and we all want to be right all the time. And because I'm catching a few fish, maybe it sounds like I know what I'm talking about. But my theory really is that the water stabilized. That day off, I think, really helped us. And, the day they postponed, I think the water was able to kind of stabilize. It kept falling. I'm fishing the lower half of the lake, and it kept falling as fast as it was. It stabilized. The water clarity started to settle, and I think that was a big deal. Now it's come back up. It's starting up. It's come up. I think since the first day of tournament, it's up at least 1.5 foot in here, a foot and a half at least. That's got the fish positioned a little bit better. Actually, they seem to be moving up with the water level this morning, and I'm catching a few, right real tight to the bank, kind of on some new stuff, throwing this walking bait.
Well, Matt Airy, great timely limit today, and we're with you. We hope that that kicker shows up soon enough for Matt Airy. Great job by Matt Airy from outside the top 10. Let's take a look at what we did in the boat, or what we saw Matt Airy do when we were in the boat with him yesterday. And Davey, he methodically turned his day around.
Did a great job. Did not have a fish in the boat yesterday, about mid-morning, I think it was, something like that. And if you notice, that first fish was on a crankbait. He was just covering water with a crankbait. He caught that first fish, made a few more casts, did not catch anything, picked up a plastic worm and caught 6 fish in a row. Not big fish, but keepers that totally changed Matt Airy's day. A great move by Matt Airy, catching the first fish on the crankbait, then picking up a plastic worm and catching more fish to fill out his limit.
Matt Airy, the veteran from North Carolina, having a good tournament here in Alabama. We've seen him have other good tournaments here in Alabama. So Matt Airy positioning himself right behind Bob Downey, another angler who's made a big move up from outside the top 10 today. Things are changing and will continue to change. On top of that leaderboard right there, Brandon Polnick, another big-time move upward, an upward positive direction today. A lot of stars crowding into that top 10 right now, and it will keep changing. We'll take a break and be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Nearing the end of our first quarter, if you will, of the fishing here on day number 3, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake. The objective for our 48 anglers who remain here on day number 3, be on that list right there. Be in the top 10 at the end of the day, and that way you can move on to Championship Monday. Have a shot at it. Big trophy, such a meaningful trophy here in the 6th stop of the year. And your leader, great view from above of Bob Downey, Hudson, Wisconsin. Keep our eyes on him. He's been making it happen, especially for the past hour.
Speaking of one of the Midwestern counterparts of Bob Downey, as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, wanted to talk about the Angler of the Year race. We are halfway through this event, so 50 anglers did not make the cut today. 48 are out competing right now, and that means half the field has locked in points for this event. They can't earn any more points. Meanwhile, the 48 fishing today can move up and down the standings and fluctuate there. And when we look at our Angler of the Year standings right now, the top 3 anglers, Seth Feider, Patrick Walters, and Brock Mosley. You mentioned earlier in the show, Tommy, Feider only had a 4 or 5 point margin over Patrick Walters coming into this event. A big developing story yesterday. For the first time all season, Patrick Walters missed a 5-fish limit. And for viewers online, that is the kind of the minimum. You have to do that to accomplish your job, catch 5 fish, then begin to cull. He had done it every single day of competition. The only angler to do that this year. That has kept him in the Angler of the Year race. He missed one yesterday, was the first person to miss the cut, and Seth Feider, being in 10th place, opened up a wide margin. Now, Seth can drop today. He's still hanging tough in 11th place, and that'll be what we watch today. If Seth Feider can make the top 10, he'll have a minimum threshold. He can't fall points-wise, and he will take a pretty hefty lead into Guntersville. And with only 3 events left in the season, the Angler of the Year race, that is an award we're going to keep our eyes on after every single day of competition. And Brock Mosley hanging tough in the top 10 with Seth Feider as well. He's going to try to eat away at a couple of those points to get close, because he finished 4th last year in Angler of the Year.
Brock Mosley among the anglers who needs to step it up on this day. Started the day a close second to leader Paul Mueller. Mueller no longer on top, and Mosley no longer in the top 10. Back out to Brian New.
That's the one bad thing, Tommy. Starting 2nd place, you can drop very far. He's already dropped 10 spots today, which would put him at least 70 behind Seth Feider in AOY.
Oh, man, it's brutal.
Got him. He might be. Got a keeper. I got a limit.
Small keeper there for Brian New that he literally caught out of that pipe.
He did. He's on him today. Let's take a look at our Seaguar Bassmaster rookie watch right there, and the man on top. There is Brian New. He started the season in the right way for sure. His very first Elite Series event ever in his life, and he wins it down on the St. Johns River, North Carolina. Also, KJ Queen. He's in 2nd place. A lot of changes on that board as well. Good race going on with some great anglers. This new crop here on the Bassmaster Elite Series 2021.
Tommy, we mentioned the Angler of the Year, just missing the cut barely. Patrick Walters dropping that far. Josh Straisner was our Rookie of the Year leader. by 20 or 30 points. Only one fish yesterday on a lake he knows very well. Dropped to 81st in the event. Not only dropped out a Rookie of the Year lead, he's now 20 points behind and in third. That's how one bad day on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You can't slip against these guys, Davey.
No, you definitely cannot. And we see that race tightening up where we see some separation really for the first time this season on the Angler of the Year race.
Yes! Yes, baby!
Really incredible.
Another good spot. Boom!
Bob Downey has been fishing the backwaters and the cuts, fishing this water willow, and that's kind of gone away for him. So he's moved out where a lot of other anglers have been fishing this water willow on the main river, and they've given up on it, and he's capitalizing on those other anglers leaving.
Man. That might be another 3-pounder. Dude, 3 1/4. 3 1/4. Yeah, man, they're fat. Dude, give me some, Ben. Let's go, boys and girls. All right. Number 5 is a good one. Right down the stretch we just went down. Yes! All-terrain tackle swim jig. A little spicy beaver. New St. Croix Victory. It's working, it's working.
It's definitely working for Bob Downey this morning. I can't emphasize enough how many anglers have been fishing this stretch early in the morning and really gave up on it. And Bob Downey has been fishing in the backwaters and thinking, well, those fish are moving away from him. Maybe there could be some out on the main river now. And he might have this all to himself the rest of the day.
What a great move by Bob Downey. That fat bass, as he described, it's going to translate into a fat lead for Bob Downey. That was fish number 5, goes right to the bottom line.
4-pound, 5-ounce lead. Now, you were talking about the Angler of the Year race. We haven't seen a big gap there. We really haven't seen anyone jump out to more than one keeper lead here at Neely unofficially, and 4 or 5 lead for Bob Downey, just filling his limit. He still has some small ones that he can most definitely cull.
And not only the 5-pounder yesterday with 5 minutes to go was definitely the biggest moment in his tournament, but yesterday afternoon before that 5-pounder, and especially the first day, he was able to catch fish from, let's say, 11, 12, 1, 2, when we saw so many anglers struggle to get a bite, and he was able to catch some quality largemouth up in the day.
There's your leader, second-year man Bob Downey right now with a good lead. Second place, Matt Airy. We just got to visit with Matt a few minutes ago. Let's get back over to another upper Midwesterner, Seth Feider.
Big adjustment for him yesterday. We saw him day 1 with a swim jig all day long, and yesterday a couple key fish late on a square bill crankbait. Ooh, looked like he had one there that came off.
Just lots of good fish there, Seth Feider. He's hooked up again, though. So Seth Feider, he grew up fishing the upper end of the Mississippi. This area of the Coosa River is so similar. You see Seth Feider fishing a swim jig, then fishing a crankbait, current seams. He's doing a lot of things that is, he feels very comfortable doing here on the Coosa River that he grew up doing on the upper end of the Mississippi River.
Davey, you can speak to this a little bit probably, but yesterday, Gerald Swindle, the water level was a little higher in the river around the Gadsden region. It's been falling. He decided to go into those creeks, made hay early, but with that water falling out just a little bit more, that main river might be the hot spot, and anglers are going to have to figure that out, and Swindle's still stuck on 4.
Yeah, Gerald Swindle has kind of given up on this area that we see Bob Downey catching some fish on. It was slow there this morning. It seems to be picking up a little bit more. Maybe those fish drawing in with that shade line, and Bob Downey has definitely been able to capitalize on that.
Key moves, making the right decision at the right time. 4 days might seem like a long time to fish, but boy, you only have little windows like that, and one just opened up for Bob Downey right there. Matt Airy also making a big move from outside the top 10. Brandon Polinick, Clark Winland as well. So we got a lot going on here. Dave Mercer will join when we come back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A beautiful, sunny semifinal Sunday here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake in Gadsden, Alabama. That is our host location, and that is what's going down on the water as you see top of the leaderboard. Oh, Bob Downey, a Bassmaster Classic qualifier and a former winner in the Opens, but trying to chase down his first Elite Series win. Right behind him, another guy trying to become a first-time Elite Series winner, Matt Airy, but in third place, a former Bass Nation National Champion. Actually, Let It Rain Bass Nation National Champions in third and fourth, 2 former Bass Nation National Champions. But the thing to look at that leaderboard is just how tight it is here today on this very rare semifinal Sunday in the great state of Alabama. The first of 2 stops here in the Bassmaster Elite Series in Alabama. 2 back-to-back stops, and this one on Neely Henry Lake. A relatively small playing field for us this time around, a little under 12,000 acres. But man, the battle is going on, and the battle is tight. The Stat Rat is joining me, Ronnie Moore. They have given us the keys to Dad's car. Let's not screw this up. I know you've been up all night long studying stats. What is standing out to you here today?
Just the importance of a big bite, Dave. Bob Downey late on day 2 catches a 5-pounder. We saw numerous 5+ pounders get caught yesterday. That is such a key fish on Neely Henry and the Coosa River. A 5-pounder for Bob Downey late. He ends up jumping from 23rd, that region on Bass Track, into 5th place at the end of weigh-in, and then starting off strong today, adjusting the correct way. The only angler over 10 pounds right now, and that is why he has a commanding lead unofficially on Bass Track over Matt Airy and the rest of our field right now.
Well, let's jump into our Yamaha midday report. And aside from Conor McGregor throwing his hat into the fishing ring last night, the internet did not explode near as much as it did when this happened right here. Gerald Swindle, Ronnie, what is going on here?
So Swindle did his patented slack line hook set, broke his rod and his line, went and tracked down his line that was floating on the surface, and boat flipped a keeper with his hands.
That's why you slack line. He ain't big, but I broke all my toys, and I got a bass.
Further explained that, hey, he does some R&D, some research and development on some new rods and checking to see if they come up to snuff. And he explained that process after that fish catch.
Ronnie, strong on the research. But speaking of research, here's a guy that you researched early on, telling us Brian New is a player, and it didn't take long for those words to be backed up. Took an Elite Series win in his very first attempt back at the St. Johns River. Will we see it happen again?
Just his 14th Bassmaster event ever, last year and this year combined, and he has won 2 Bassmaster events already in his short career. He said on the phone last night, Dave, I have fished with 3 anglers in the top 10, but I was their co-angler. I fished with 7 anglers in the top 20, and I was their co-angler. So that just shows you can learn so much getting in the back of the boat with anglers at a young age. He has learned that and grown and jumped into the ring, and now he's using what he's learned to his advantage on the Elite Series.
Another one of the local hammers, the little ball of hate. I call him that just because he hates to lose. And Wes Logan not losing here this week. Well, but maybe losing some things that we'll probably see here in a minute, but definitely not losing when it comes to the battle on the water. Ronnie, a great tournament for Wes Logan, close to home.
It is close to home, a lot of pressure. There's a couple anglers that know this place very well that struggled over the first 2 days of competition. He has not in our top 10, hanging tough, close behind this man, Paul Mueller.
A two-time Elite Series champion, Paul Mueller.
Just the one angler doing something a little bit different, Dave. Some guys fishing up the river in that flooded condition. Some guys cranking down lake, covering water. He has found a little offshore spot. Offshore doesn't necessarily mean deep water. Found a shallow spot offshore and has used a shaky head and a crankbait to his advantage. He's waiting on that wind, and the wind should be high enough and strong enough right now for him to get to work this afternoon.
Let me go on the record and say I like the cut of his jib, but watch out for this guy right here. Old Bob Downey made a giant charge here today, and the story of this tournament has been hour after hour. It seems like there is a whole new champion. There's somebody who is dominating this event, but the question is who can have the most hours doing the right thing, staying on top of that fight to take it home to the title. And Bob Downey threw some major blows here this morning.
We started about 3 pounds, 5 ounces behind our leader after 2 days, Paul Mueller. And Bob closed that gap with a simple Coosa River spotted bass right here, a 3.5 on a swim jig. That is the kind of bite you want. And we're seeing it progress. Some anglers fishing the backwaters as that water was high, and now as the water starts to drop out and lower up in the Gadsden, Alabama region, we see the main river starting to take command on day 3. And Bob Downey is one of those anglers who hasn't given up on this area and is really cashing in this afternoon.
High above Bob Downey. Oh, Bob, look at that leaderboard. You're on the very top.
Well, we just filled out our limit, guys. We made a little adjustment this morning. Started throwing just an all-terrain tackle swim jig with a Reaction Innovation Spicy Beaver along this grass edge, and there's kind of points that come out with current breaks, and it's just kind of river fishing 101. And when we started the tournament, the water was up on the bank here pretty good, and all this grass was in the water. Now, with this water dropping, I mean, that stuff's in like an inch of water up there, and so they're you know, real concentrated on these points right now. You know, this is something I did a little bit of in one of the pockets down further earlier in the tournament, but not really out on the main river yet. So I that bite was pretty slow for me this morning, basically non-existent. So I just decided to get out on the main river and start swimming a jig a little bit. And with this dropping water, I think it set up these fish just about perfect on these little points and current breaks and stuff. So I'm just gonna go back down this bank a little further here, and there's a pocket up ahead. If I can get into it, we'll go pitch around in there. I caught a couple good ones in the first day of the tournament there. So, but I'll probably keep this deal honest all day and just keep an eye out for it along the main river here and just see what happens. We got 2 good ones, 1 decent one, and a couple we got to get rid of. So.
Elon Musk hosted Saturday Night Live last night, and old Bob is leading the Bassmaster Elite Series here today. Those two things have nothing to do with each other, but now for something completely different and something that we all want. The G-Man, Gerald Swindle.
Pretty strong start this morning, 4 quick keepers, but nothing since then. He's hooked up now. Maybe this will be his limit fish.
Stay on. Stay. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. That's number 5. It ain't much, but hey, we got to just keep moving. You know what I mean?
Once again, another adjustment from Gerald Swindle. He said he was going to lock a top one in his hand yesterday after a fish or two gave him a clue. He did that to perfection. Today, hasn't gone to plan with that bait, but he's not being stubborn, adjusting there and catch one on a crankbait.
The key to this event when it comes down, Ronnie, I honestly believe is going to be maximizing the hours away from the bite. Staying on top, you can't stay on top of it the entire tournament. It's continuously changed. But the angler that figures out how to spend the most amount of hours on top of that bite and not chasing that bite will be our champion when this is all said and done. But atop of the leaderboard right now, old Bob Downey with 38 pounds, 6 ounces. Matt Airy behind him in second place. And you look at that leaderboard, it tightens up minute after minute right here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Neely Henry.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Welcome back here, semifinal Sunday in Gadsden, Alabama. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake. And our playing field, a little under 12,000 acres. And look at there. Look at there, Ronnie. It doesn't take long to catch a fish. I mean, I agreed.
That's the OG professional fisherman right there, the one that's done it throughout its whole entire life in existence.
What was he gonna? No. It'd make too much sense if he hammered another one right there. But
that's a key when you're an angler, though. That's a key when you're an angler. When you see birds like that shallow or on the bank around specific areas, you know that there are shad and bait fish present. And especially in May, when the shad spawn happens, bass are opportunistic feeders. One ambush shad that are not expecting it. When birds show up, bass know to be around there as well, and anglers, they pick up on that as well.
The birdologist, Ronald Moore. From him, let's go over to Paul Mueller. Little bit more wind there, Ronnie. That should help Mueller with that crank and bite.
Yeah, that's something he was really wanting yesterday. And we'll also see if the crankbait color affects it as well. He's been using a chartreuse and blackback crankbait for the most part. If this water begins to rise a little, will it get dirtier? Will it get cleaner? He's going to experiment right now. He's hooked up.
I think that's a keeper. Whoop. I hooked him twice. How about that? 13-incher, but number 3 anyway. And if he's watching, I gotta thank him because Kenta gave me this B.A.S.S. It's a prototype bait. I've been catching my fish on the Evoke 2.0. You see I've worn the bill off of this one. I've got some that I've got a bill. This one will go shallower now. This one goes deeper. Caught some on the 1.2, and then they have a prototype of a 1.5, which is a medium runner, and I'm getting it to be, 5-6 foot of water. And there's a road bed that comes out here. I caught some keepers, and I'm just looking to do that. And there's some bigger fish on some of this riprap and stuff, but the fishing's tough right now. So I want to put 5 in the boat first. I'm gonna wait till that wind builds up a little bit, and those bigger bites are gonna come. I believe it, I have faith in it, but it's a timing thing. So yesterday it was a timing thing. It was a little bit later in the day when the wind shifted, and today I think it's just when that wind builds,
it's gonna make it better. So I may start catching them here, but happy to have this little bait. I got it from him last night. I knew he had some, and I knew I'd put it to good use because it's the same profile of the shad here. So it's like identical to the shad that they're eating. So the thing is, with the 1.2, it only goes so deep. So I can fish the riprap, but if I want to fish something a little bit deeper, this is the deal.
Paul Mueller never afraid to let a tournament get in the way of a good seminar, and I'm thankful for it.
One of the fantastic teachers on the Elite Series, explaining why, or even if it's not working, what is going through his mind. We've seen him run some riprap just to catch some fish. That didn't work out, so he goes to his offshore spot, catches a few, then picks up a shaky head and really does some work. And he started with the shaky head today, but with this wind, he said, I can't wait to throw this crankbait. And I have a visual of those bill comparisons, one that's ground down and one that's brand new, to show to the viewers after the commercial break as well.
Put down the encyclopedia. Seth Fighter has a fish. An encyclopedia, for those of you wanting to know, was a device when they used to deliver the Google machine to your house, and you'd get a book every month if you were really wealthy like Ronald's family.
This fish catch for Fighter will help him out a little bit there, and it's going to move him. He was on the cusp of dropping out of the top 10. He had at some point 11th or 12th place. That should move him into the top 5, maybe in 4th once it settles out. He's got 2 Mississippi River Rats guys,
go over to us.
Bob Downey and Seth Fighter, like you mentioned earlier, Dave.
Precisely. Every angler has their habits. Bob Downey, I've got word, old Bob has the same thing every day for lunch. PB&J, I think we saw him eat it yesterday. Wait, hooked up.
That's a helper. Maybe. He's not real big. He's not as big as I thought. But I think he'll get rid of that little guy for us.
Smallest fish is 1 pound, trying to do better than 1 pound to
it'll just
increase
replace
his weight.
The smallest guy, which I don't even think I tagged him. He's down the bottom here.
On the PB&J sandwiches, he has the crust cut off, and it comes with a different soup every day, packed by his mother. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching out there. And there's a little something from old Bob for Mom.
That fish for Paul Mueller just a couple minutes ago moved him back into 2nd, still about 4 1/4 behind Bob. And this Cole will get rid of that 1.7, like you said, if it does help. I'm getting word right now that it is a 1.12, so it's going to give 5 ounces to him. He's going to move that lead to about 4.5 pounds, which, man, that is a huge deal. And I just looked, Bass Track updated Jason Christie out of nowhere with a 4-pounder, fills his limit and jumps into 3rd place. That might be an angler come Monday that has something to say about a high flooded river system where basically he took his Elite Series title 2 events ago down in Texas.
Ronald, I don't know how you do it. Your abacus must be on fire over there.
I've got it pointed towards the sun at the perfect angle, and it is fired up.
I bet you do. Bob Downey, obviously a classic qualifier, obviously a winner in the Opens. But, man, I'm going to tell you, he is a welcome addition to the Elite Series. You know, a really popular guy amongst the rest. Popular with fish, too.
Dude, it's going down on this bank right now. That might be a 2-pounder.
Once again, his smallest fish, a 1.7 at this point. So anything better than that is pad to his lead.
2 pounds, 4 ounces. Nice. That's a good upgrade.
Wow, almost a pound to his total there, Dave. 2 coals for about a pound and a half.
Might get us into tomorrow.
And give him a 6-pound lead, roughly.
Adding to his already leading weight, Bob Downey staring right in the eyes of his very first Elite Series prize. But we have 48 other pros out there doing battle that have a thing or two to say about it. And look at the little ball of hate running down that river. Keep tuned in, because it's actually going to be fun to follow all day long. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Day number 3, still in the first half of our competition on this very important day. You have to be in the top 10 at the end of this if you want to move on in this tournament, go on to Championship Monday. Lots of changes up and down the leaderboard. Wisconsin's Bob Downey moving up front with a big lead, huge lead of almost 4 pounds. Paul Mueller and Jason Christie, who won 2 tournaments ago on the Well, there we go, and we welcome back in Mark Zona. We visited with you a couple hours ago, Z, and gosh, we've had a few changes ever since then. What do you make of the way this crazy carousel on top of the leaderboard is going?
We said 2 hours ago, Tommy Sanders, that this was not going to be a runaway, yet it absolutely, in 2 hours' time, has turned into a runaway train with our leader, Bob Downey. But make no mistake about it, by the end of the day, those weights are going to compress together. And I think you nailed it, Davey. The really scary proposition is that rattlesnake from Oklahoma, Jason Christie. You knew somewhere in this event a river rat like Jason Christie, a Greg Hackney, maybe a Steve Kennedy, who still has room to grow, was going to creep up that leaderboard quietly. And we've seen that. And one other thing to kind of dial in for all of our friends here on FS1 is, man, if Seth Feider does make the top 10 and fishes tomorrow, with the 3 tournaments that we have left on the Bassmaster Elite Series schedule, there is real potential for a runaway in our Angler of the Year race right now.
Well, absolutely. But you say no runaway today. We're going to compress those scores. And Bob Downey, though, as we look at what he's been able to do during these morning hours, Mark Zona, have certainly separated him, at least temporarily, from the pack.
And I'm going to throw this one to Davey. Well, we're able here in the Bassmaster Studios, we're able to know exactly where guys are fishing. We always talk about timing and a rotation. Well, Bob Downey basically landed where a lot of our leaders have been starting every day.
Baby. Yeah, man, they're fat.
Some of the leaders like Seth Feider starting there this morning, not capitalizing. Bob Downey coming in about 90 minutes ago on this main river bank grass. And it has been all about timing for Bob Downey. Absolutely has lit them up the exact way Seth Feider has taught him on days 1 and 2.
Yes, baby.
Yeah, Z, it's really incredible that it's almost like a new wave of fish Bob Downey has moved out with, and Seth Feider, Gerald Swindle, a lot of the other anglers basically gave up on after mid-morning this morning.
Bob Downey, a lot of experience, the upper Mississippi. A lot of people have made the correlations between the vegetation here and the same look that you see down south here in the upper Mississippi. So Bob Downey and Seth Feider both prospering in this tournament. Let's move on to the man who started the day with the lead, and that is Paul Mueller. A slower day today.
And really, one of the things that Mueller has been vocal about the entire week is the need of wind. He needs wind on this little shallow offshore spot. And the other thing, look, here's the best way to put it. He has throttled, he has pressed this area now for 2.5 days. Will it reload? The other thing is, a lot of the guys that are fishing right around downtown Gadsden, here's the best way to put it. Those guys have cannibalized each other for 3 days of this tournament, but you see small flurries like we saw with Jason Christie, like we saw with Bob Downey, and it's really here's what it's gonna come down to. What area of Neely Henry is gonna reload the best going into tomorrow? Because it looks like Paul Mueller's area has kind of died out.
Yeah, Z, he's been wanting the wind to blow. He felt like he could get a crankbait bite going better offshore with the wind blowing. But, we see things different. But basically, Bass Fishing 101, when the water temperature's in the 60s and the 70s and rising water, fish do not push offshore. Now, some of those fish could be resident fish that actually spawn out there. But like I said, basic Bass Fishing 101, rising water, water temperatures 60s, 70s, those fish typically go to the bank, not offshore, to replenish for Paul Mueller.
Davey, I know you hate doing this, but I like to get awkward every time we do a little hit together. Yesterday, we said Todd Auten was going to run away with this event. Obviously, that has not transpired. Who is going to win this tournament, Davey? I only need one name.
You're not going to put me there, Z. You're not going to put me there, because it is really, right now I want to say Bob Downey. He's got it going on, but that's what's been so great about this tournament in particular. I don't think anyone has any idea who's going to win this event.
I never thought I would say this an hour ago. I'm going with Jason Christie winning 2 events this year, coming out of nowhere on Championship Monday. Happy Mother's Day, guys.
I knew you were going to say that, Mark Zona. Well, let's take it out. Let's take out another big story right here. Big expansion of the lead in Bassmaster Angler of the Year points for Seth Feider. Boy, this tournament has certainly played into his hands, and like every tournament so far this season.
Yes, sir. It really kind of seems like Seth Feider is in the top 10. Tommy, we have covered very special years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Angler of the Year titles. Davey Height, we've covered you in one of those years. Here's the interesting thing. It just seems like every move Seth Feider makes, except for bailing on that bank grass right there a little bit early today, but really every tournament that we've covered him, Seth Feider seems like he has done a lot every event with a little, if that makes sense.
No, I agree, Z. He definitely has. When you trust your instincts as a fisherman and you have those positive thoughts and you trust them, you always seem to do better. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this morning, Seth Feider maybe gave up on that shoreline grass because he listened to his roommates a little bit too much last night, throwing crankbaits and doing some things that he hasn't been doing.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And the one thing, definitely, here on FS1 in a couple of weeks, when we go to Gunnersville, Alabama, a big bass factory, if Seth Feider posts another top 20, and then we're going to head north for 2 smallmouth events, Angler of the Year is open.
Yeah, you just got to say that. Hey, very important. We just got word. There's a groundswell of demand, Mark Zona, and you may find this amusing. People wanting an explanation of what a grebe is. You often refer to grebes, and people want to know what that is all about. Can you elaborate for us?
Well, exactly, Tommy. And if you notice right here, a grebe is actually one of the best fish catchers on Earth. And that right there, what you're looking at, that is a grebe.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I've met people that remind me of grebes. But what you're staring at with your eyeballs is a grebe.
Gosh, that is news to me, because I had a grebe pictured as something way different, looking a lot more loon-like. But now you set it straight. Yeah,
you would have been wrong.
And I was wrong.
There's another one right there.
Oh, my gosh, yep.
He is having a TIME. Boy, that's what happens when there's no fish catches. We go to grebes.
Exactly so. Downey and Mueller, 1 and 2, big lead for Bob Downey right now, making the right move a little later on in the morning.
Yeah, I think the one thing that was probably the most amazing, listen to old Bob Downey, was he made the comment, yeah, I'm going to get out of here and go back and flip in a pocket. And I thought to myself, dude, you just crushed him. You need to keep doing exactly this.
Yeah, it's really incredible that he's been able to hang on, flipping in those pockets. Really the only one that's done that, that's been in our top 10, thankfully, for that 5-pounder yesterday afternoon with 5 minutes to go. But he decided he needed to move out to the river where the party has been going down for the last few days, and he is capitalizing on other anglers bailing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Gerald Swindle, Seth Feider starting in this general area the last actually 3 days in a row, and they've given it about 90 minutes to 2 hours. Bob Downey slinking on in there. Oh, look there. Yeah. Good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah, he is. The other thing that we're going to have going in to Championship Monday, this is going to be one of those very unique tournaments that anybody in the top 10 is going to have a shot to win tomorrow.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you mentioned him. Jason Christie could be someone that everybody will fear tomorrow if he makes that top 10. It certainly looks like he's going to do that at this point.
She's going to throw that fetch-em stick right in that bang grass and scare scare the fire out of everything within a half mile.
Oh no.
This is my bait grass.
Well, even if you're the leader of the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament on day number 3, you're not immune from a few distractions right there. But I got to tell you, Mark Zona, we love being distracted by you and also informed. And your opinion, you're going to stay with Jason Christie. You say that's going to be our winner at the end of it all.
Until we do another hit in 2 hours or tomorrow morning.
That's
yeah,
what
I'll change. But in all seriousness, the great thing about this tournament, we got to talk about it a little bit earlier today. When the fish kind of get near that post spawn, those weights always condense together, and that's the great thing. And here's the wonderful thing about coming to Neely Henry. No matter what, those weights are going to get tight. It'll be a horse race going into Championship Monday for sure.
That's what we're all kind of secretly hoping for, all of us bass fishing fans. But right now, it's Bob Downey with some good daylight between himself and Paul Mueller. Jason Christie, boy, there's a big story that just popped onto our screen right there. Matt Airy, big comeback today, saved his day yesterday, did the same thing today. So many more changes along the way, and we got more to bring you from Neely Henry when we return.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Today on FS1, the stars of NASCAR go old school with the throwback race from Darlington. Catch some of the most iconic rides as they hit the track for the Goodyear 400. It all starts today at 3:30 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Take a look right now at Gerald Swindle. Take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. Tomorrow, crucial day, Championship Monday. High of 72 degrees, maybe a little cooler than today, owing to some scattered thunderstorms, which are making their way from the west across the mid-south in the direction of north-central Alabama. 54 degrees, so a little bit different conditions. Davey Hyde, I don't know what that means for Championship Sunday. I don't know what conditions have meant day-to-day in this one. We have had so many surprises.
Yeah, the weather has been great for the tournament, but the weather prior to the event during the practice days made this tournament so different. And it's so hard to figure out from day to day. We see Gerald Swindle doing a lot of moving around today. Seth Feider is one person who hasn't done a lot of moving around, but has made good decisions this whole season.
Seth started in 10th place today. He has done his job. go up, not down. He may have fallen out just a little bit for a little while. But still, catching him regularly throughout this event.
Yeah, you see Seth Fighter here. He caught a lot of his fish on a swim jig in that bank grass, but he has totally changed up in the last hour and a half, 2 hours. He's fishing these current breaks, these seams. If you notice in front of him, there was a little break in the shoreline there that made a little current seam, and that's where he caught that fish.
And I will say, Davey, it looks like it's a complete change-up from the one we had him on camera day one. Yesterday's big move for him to stay in the top 10. He caught 2 key fish on that crankbait, and it'll be interesting how he balances that tomorrow.
Well, I mean, my buzzbait bite has really slowed down. So I've come back down in an area where I caught him the first day, and I'm really just looking at possibly slowing down a little more, fishing some smaller baits. And right now I'm digging out my spinning rod because I feel like I need to hit them with the, you know, the old shaking head a little bit. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rig me up a shaking head. I just feel like that with the water falling, maybe things have gotten that funny that they're just, they don't want to bite, but you gotta keep adjusting. You can't just say, hey, I'm gonna ride or die, because I done been down that road, and guess what? There's people dying all up and down it. So when I know I'm around them, I just feel like that buzzbait bite's gone for the time being. Now, I'm not saying that late this evening I'm not gonna go back and cast around on it a little bit, but right now, I'm just showing y'all that I've been hitting the gym. I'm gonna go with this brand new color, green pumpkin, because, you know, it's just so new on the market, nobody throws it. And I'll lay a red bug out there, 1/4 ounce homemade head, 1/4 ounce for the cover. It's just the current. See, when I raise back up, I'm gonna feel like everything I've done right now was right. Whew, and don't that make a difference?
Gerald Swindle, always a lot going on upstairs in that mind of his, and he's one of the best in the world at communicating it.
He certainly is, and we appreciate that. Gerald Swindle, 2-time B.A.S.S Angler of the Year. It's always good to hear what's going on in his mind when he's on the water fishing one of these events. And I agree with him. There's times when you just need to put a plastic worm in your hand and get a few bites. You know you're around some fish, just change it up, and that's what Gerald is doing. We knew coming in that there would have to be a lot of changes by the fishermen if they were going to catch fish all 4 days here.
That's the man who started the day in second place, our day one leader, Brock Mosley, certainly not having things going his way today so far. Only 1 fish.
Boy, I'm really surprised Brock Mosley's bluff wall pattern didn't hold up any better than it did. You see him changing up. He just has not had many bites this morning at all.
At least that'll keep nothing else. Make sure.
Solid keeper for Brock Mosley. At this point, that's what he needs. Just some keepers in the live well.
More than we got. More than 00. Another pound. Let you get.
What a difference a couple of days fishing make for Brock Mosley, who started out, and we mentioned this morning, day number 1. He picked a spot to fish because that was one of the few spots available.
Cleared up here, and I'm going to try some different things. I had caught some fish. Well, it looks actually just this creek is clear. The rest of the place is still pretty dirty.
Look at all the turtles over here.
So there's some stuff I wanted to fish if it cleared up, but
Crazy.
I'm just checking this point right here, and seeing if we can catch one or not, and just kind of waiting. It seems like that wind is starting to build, so I'm gonna hit some stuff now that the wind is blowing. And we're just protected in this particular area here. But this type of stuff right here, this type of bank, it seems like there's good spotted bass on. It's what they like, so especially if there's like a combo of smaller rock or gravel where it kind of transitions into it. A lot of times that's a good little area. And obviously you can tell by looking at the bank it's a little steeper. So with this water low, those steeper banks were pretty good in practice. I hadn't really fished much of it on day one or yesterday, obviously. I'm just kind of trying to keep a few things honest. If I get a bite, you just roll with it. If not, probably not run the whole thing, but.
Well, some astounding moves up the leaderboard today. Bob Downey certainly represents one of them. Most recently, we have been tracking the prospects of Jason Christie, which have improved dramatically today. Good morning for you, Jason Christie. Why don't you fill us in on kind of what's happened in your boat this morning?
Just getting lucky. I started where I thought I was going to catch them and had a couple small bites, lost both of them, and then now I'm just fishing whatever. Current hung up. Maybe where it go back. Just fishing. I mean, I got 8 or 9 rods laid on the deck, and I think I've caught a fish on dang near all of them. So, whatever looks good, going with it. So, need a couple more big bites, and we might get to go fishing tomorrow.
So Jason, you obviously doing better each and every day of this tournament. Are you in a part of the lake where the water conditions are getting better and better each and every day? Are you upstream?
Yesterday was the peak. I mean, like, the water was right. I didn't figure it out until late in the day, and it was right yesterday. But today, a lot of stuff's starting to fall. I mean, we're basically fishing a tidal river. The water's starting to fall, and I just caught 2, 3 good ones in a row, and they all come on the same kind of stuff, just like you'd fish at Potomac or somewhere like that, where the tide falls, they're going to be on the closest corner or weed bed or whatever. So, the problem is there's a lot of guys. I mean, I can look up there, there's 10, 15 boats. I mean, there's a lot of guys fishing around. So you just got to, the cool thing is I can sit here and watch everybody and kind of see what's getting fished and what's not, what gets to rest and what's getting pounded. There's one guy on the other side, he's fished the same stretch 3 times, and I was wanting to fish over there. But anyway, I get to watch everybody and then just, just kind of take it as it goes. But the cool thing is I got nowhere to go. I'm no bait glued in my hand. I'm just fishing.
Well, that's the way to be, playing it loose and easy, and Jason Christie getting some great results. Thank you, Jason Christie. Great move up the leaderboard for him today. Take a look at his 4 wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The first one came 2013, made his debut at the Classic. We're on Grand Lake and came to Bull Shoals Lake and knocked out, found some schooling fish and knocked out a win on the final day on that one.
Yeah, Tommy, there's certain anglers. I mean, all of these anglers that qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, they're elite anglers because they had to qualify to be here. But there's certain anglers that you just notice from day one that this guy's in contention to win on the final day. Look out, he's a closer. And Jason Christie has always been that guy. His most recent victory there at the Sabine River, a tough tournament, kept a spinnerbait in his hand the whole time. But Jason Christie is someone that I guarantee you, if he makes the top 10 tomorrow, everyone else in that top 10 will have their eyes on Jason Christie, including us, because he's just one of those guys that knows how to close. Whether you're catching smallmouth on Lake St. Clair or catching fish shallow, largemouth in Alabama with dirty water, Jason Christie is definitely a closer.
You could call him an Oklahoma phenomenon, but he has proven time and again he can catch them anywhere, just pretty much outrunning the field up there at St. Clair. And then just 2 events ago. Very, very tough fishery, vast fishery, the Sabine River. Fighting some water issues just like these anglers are doing here, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the key. If you didn't tune in for this event where Jason Christie was fishing, most locals that in fact, every local that I talked to said, I cannot believe he's actually driving a bass boat where he's driving it to each and every day to catch those fish. But he wanted to get away from the pack, and he certainly did that on fumes every day back to the check-in, used every gallon of gas out of his boat.
Well, talk about the most feared guys out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Boy, the first page of that list will always contain Jason Christie. He can run down the pack from way back there, and he has done exactly that during the course of yesterday and today. We got more moves coming up for you. Neely Henry, don't go away.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Day 3 of this 4-day Elite Series tournament. This is moving day. And when we get done here, we'll start the last third of the season, but continue our swing through the home of the Bassmasters, the state of Alabama, and a place where every serious bass angler wants to make a pilgrimage, wants to be there as often as they possibly can. Incredible Lake Guntersville. Davey Hyde, just about the same length as Neely Henry, but a different look. Giant creeks, much wider, a whole lot of water to work with.
Yes, when I saw the schedule for this year, Lake Guntersville in late May, I'm definitely looking forward to this event, and I'm sure a lot of the anglers are also. There should be some big stringers caught. I can remember an elite tournament there a number of years ago. It took a little over 20 pounds a day to make the top 50 cut. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't see something similar there when we're there in 2 weeks.
Here's a look at the anglers we are watching today and what we are seeing. Let's go out to Gerald Swindle.
That's a spot.
Like that right there. And that's why they call me the OG slackliner, because you hear that? That's called disciplinary actions. Son, he went, I said, Happy Mother's Day. That's 1.5 pounds, right?
He's still got a small one. That probably, if he says about 1.5 pounds, that's going to give him about 0.5 pound to his total. And I wanted to bring it in real quick while Swindle sorts through some of his small ones and coals. It's been such a dynamic Neely Henry event. Our day 1 leader, Brock Mosley, throwing a topwater walking bait. We got to see that on live yesterday, throwing that on bluff walls. That has not worked out today. But our day 2 leader, as we take a look at some of our top lures, Paul Mueller, day 2 leader, switching it up a little bit different, throwing a square bill crankbait over some shallow stuff offshore, Davey, and you can see the difference in a brand new square bill versus a used one that he has grinded on some Neely Henry rock and high spots as well. So that's interesting that we can have top water on bluff walls be the day 1 leader. We can see a crankbait on an offshore spot be a day 2 leader. And I wanted to kind of give you an advanced view of some of our top lures. When you look at what these guys that are swim jigging and throwing some shallow stuff on that water willow, the fish aren't in it everywhere, and I know you can elaborate on this as well, Davey. But when you throw a swim jig, there will be key places, and depending on the time of day, the current flow, the water conditions, those fish will set up on key spots on the water willow. And so when it comes to Bob Downey's spot, I wanted to bring it into a stretch that he has fished. I want you to focus on this area right here. There are 3 little point jet outs that you might not be able to visibly see that make a big difference, and there's even one over here. But when you look at those little points, the edges, the tips of that grass, that is where Bob Downey has been focusing because it is the deepest water right beside that grass, and that is where those fish want to be from now on till the end of the event as the water continues to drop. So there's some top lures and some little advanced view on why it's working for Bob Downey today on the points of grass compared to just anywhere and everywhere in the grass.
Really appreciate you taking us underwater because that's actually where the action is.
Yeah, exactly.
Today and every day on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Great job, Ronnie Moore. That was awesome. Good job. I just love the way Brian New gives us that little bit of a hint that he's about to set the hook when he arches his back. It's awesome.
He's more than 13 ounces. I caught that too something there yesterday.
Smallest fish is 13 ounces.
All right, we have notable rookies each and every year. Brian New, one of them, and Brian New now ascended to the top of our Seagar Bassmaster rookie watch right there. He started out by winning his first ever Elite Series tournament down on the St. Johns River. Look at that, as of a couple of days into this tournament right here, he is on top. Joshua Strassner came here with that lead. Joshua, also one of the big favorites here, had a brutal day number 2. So that toppled him from the top of that list, and Brian New is there to replace him. Matt Robertson, also surprising. He didn't do a whole lot better here. He's certainly proved himself on this body of water before, but boy, they are a strong group top to bottom right there on our Seagar Bassmaster rookie watch.
And not only is it a tough fall for Strassner in Rookie of the Year, Tommy, but he was around 10th or 11th in points, dropped to 35th in Angler of the Year as well. Now he's on the fringe of the Classic cut.
We're just putting a few rods away right now. We're just gonna make a little move upriver. Got a decent limit. Just pretty much been throwing a white and chartreuse swim jig this morning, and got fortunate to get on a good stretch, made a good adjustment, and I might do some more of that upriver here. It seemed like they turned the current off just a little bit on this stretch anyways, so we'll kind of see what it looks like upriver. But we'll do some of that, and then I'm gonna keep this flip and bite on us too this afternoon, and if we can crack one old big one like yesterday, or maybe even a 3.5, 4.5 pounder, that would go a long ways towards getting us right back up towards the top, and trying to have a shot of going into tomorrow. So I'm gonna keep rolling and see if we can make it happen.
Davey, Tommy, it's funny he says that about the water, the current looking like it slacked off, because about an hour ago they went from 3 generators on Weiss pumping into Neely down to 2. And this is the first real time during competition day we've seen less than 3 pumping from Weiss into Neely Henry. So a little bit of current change, and we're seeing if Bob's move here will pay off.
Bob's definitely tuned into it, and he talks of one more good fish. Those 2 big ones he caught already, a 310, a 3.4. Got him to the top of that leaderboard, and maybe that's the performance we need to take note of.
Yeah, Bob Downey's definitely got to have the marathon peak performance of today, making the adjustment from the back of the pockets, fishing the water willow out to the main river. About mid-morning he did that. About the same time that some of our leaders from yesterday were leaving this area, Bob Downey went out, made this move, and went out and caught several nice fish like this. He just moved him right up to the top of the leaderboard. So it was certainly peak performance for Bob Downey. Here's another thing that's a great thing for Bob Downey.
Yeah, man,
when you're leading the event and you're putting rods back in your rod locker and you've made a decision to go fish for a bigger bite in the afternoon, only good things could happen for Bob Downey, in my opinion.
Maybe.
He has done the work necessary, that is for sure. Still enjoying a good, strong lead over the rest of the field here.
Baby.
Field that is otherwise very, very tightly bunched.
Yeah, you look at you look at those weights there. The first fish a little before 8 o'clock, and they're not taking off as normally as they would here. So that was really early on for Bob Downey. And then the key hour right there from 9 to 10 o'clock, about mid-morning, right when so many of those anglers left that water willow close to Gadsden, Bob Downey went out there and has 4 of his 5 fish in the live well from that swim jig real close to the Gadsden area there.
Who started this day lead just by ounces. Well, on search mode right now, man. The replenishing has not gone according to plan, Davey.
No, it certainly has not. And I worried a little bit about this for Paul Mueller. I mean, had a great first and second day. But what he was doing, I've mentioned it earlier, it just doesn't add up the way this water has been rising on that lower end for more and more fish to move offshore. And, he's felt like the wind will help him, and I hope it does. It has picked up a little bit, maybe not as much as he would want. But I think the rising water is more of an issue for Paul Mueller than the wind not blowing as much as he would have liked today.
Bob Downey started this day in the top 10. Was not in the lead by any reckoning, but man, he has made all the right decisions today. And you and Mark Zona have been, Davey, commenting about this decision to kind of follow up where guys have been fishing and seen their bite play out. He moves right in and he's able to catch him. I mean, those are the kind of moves that are the stuff of legend right there. So the second-year man from Wisconsin, well, it's just exactly what he was looking to do here, get in position.
Bob Downey moving on, and there's a nice Neely Henry bass.
Yes! Yeah, man, they're fat. Yeah, that's a great day. I caught that fish in the last 5 minutes, so that's one of those deals where you get lucky and luck into a big one. So looking forward to getting back out there tomorrow. Anything can happen on this place. The weights are really tight, so we'll see what happens. Dude, it's going down on this bank right now.
So it's Bob Downey, the second-year man from Hudson, Wisconsin. They're on the St. Croix River, lots of experience on the upper Mississippi River. A place that looks in spots very much like where we're fishing right now. Neely Henry Lake, day number 3, and Jason Christie out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere, actually just capping off a steady climb since the start of yesterday. Day number 2. Right in there in second place, but still a good deficit to Bob Downey. Paul Mueller started the day with this lead by ounces. And that has slipped away from him, and we're seeing him in different places, someplace different about every time we check back in with him, Davey.
Yeah, we are, and he's just searching. I mean, that's what you do as a tournament angler. When plan A and plan B fail, you just go look for plan C.
Level out on each end.
Todd Auten, who fell off the pace early today, was able to regain momentum. Right in the middle of our top 10 right now. Just ahead of Brian New. Solid tournament for the rookie Brian New.
Yes, he is definitely having a solid tournament. And I'm interested in talking to Brian New this evening. He seems to be fishing around these boat docks, but not necessarily fishing under the boat docks as much as some other. It looks like maybe he's fishing some brush or some type of cover in the area around these boat docks. But I'm real curious to see exactly what Brian New is doing. He's always a similar picture when we go to him. He's either fishing a drain pipe or around these boat docks.
Here. I gotta keep.
Very interesting what he's doing. And like you mentioned, Tommy, Todd Auten fell back this morning. That was a surprise to a lot of people, including myself. But he certainly should take advantage of this wind blowing in the afternoon.
Yeah, Auten, Mueller, Swindle, others saying, man, the wind is going to help my cause.
There are going to be anglers like a Paul Mueller. He might be struggling very, very bad right now, Davey, and he's going to have to adjust from his deal. But there will be anglers that figure something out today that they can use tomorrow. We may kind of lowball them and think that they're out of it, their pattern's dying, they're losing it, but there will be people who use an hour this afternoon and figure something out they can duplicate tomorrow with the changing conditions that will be similar to today. You know, we're obviously multiple days from the flooding since it happened.
Yeah, and that's one thing I mentioned about Bob Downey, putting some rods in the rod locker, going upstream. He's searching for something different right now that could definitely help him for tomorrow. And that 2 or 3 minutes we had with Jason Christie, he just had that look like, yeah, I figured out what I've got going on for tomorrow already.
Yeah, when a guy starts telling you, man, I got time, I got all the time in the world, I got no worries. I'm swinging loose and easy here.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tommy. And when A-Man says that, but when Jason Christie says that, it's kind of a different level there.
Yeah, yeah.
And he started the day 3 pounds behind Bob Downey, who obviously Bob was in 5th, Christie was in 16th, but 3 pounds down to him, and he has 2 days to make that deficit up, which is very doable. But you don't want to get too far behind on Neely Henry because the opportunity for a 5-pounder is not as frequent as other places like a Fork or a Gunnersville to get back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And if this plays out and Bob Downey wins this event, that 5-pounder he caught yesterday afternoon with 5 minutes to go was the game changer in his tournament. The game changer.
Scott Canterbury, during his Angler of the Year season, said that same thing. I want to catch one in my final 45 or 30 minutes of the day just as bad as I want to in the first 30 minutes because a lot of people aren't locked in and focused that last 30 minutes of the day. They're already running back. They're thinking about tomorrow. Got to stay locked in every single minute of this.
We talk about that final 30 minutes, and boy, that was so big for Bob Downey yesterday.
Yeah, you see him. He was back in these pockets, had a slow day yesterday. Not many bites at all. This was with 5 minutes to go.
Freaking stud! Yes! Yes, baby! I thought that was a dogfish at first. Yes!
That was an awesome fish catch.
Yeah, you could watch that, or I could watch that 20 more times. I mean, you could see the excitement in Bob Downey's mannerisms there, his voice, all of that. He knew that gave him a chance.
Good lead as he checks out a place that we have seen multiple anglers checking out during the course of this tournament.
It was incredible being with Wes Logan earlier when he was just across over the shoulder of Bob Downey on that bank, and how yesterday we saw him, we could see the water willow and the tops of the grass, and then today we see the entire flat with the grass on top of it, and those fish that lived in the grass, they're not even anywhere near it today, and how certain areas are completely affected by this flooding and drop in water.
Yeah, for us being on live all 3 days, we see these changes. If you're just tuning in, although this structure looks similar, the water around it looks so different than it did 2 days ago.
It's so great to share this exciting day of fishing. Day number 3, always crucial. Here on Neely Henry Lake, tomorrow on Bassmaster.com. Championship Monday will be chronicled for you. Going to be a big, big day. And Mark Zona's prediction: all these gaps are going to tighten up. It's going to be a race down to the last fish caught, perhaps in the day. You definitely want to check that out.
Boy, a lot of good fish catches today, Tommy Sanders. A lot of numbers. The key here is to catch those fish a little bit bigger, and that was Brian New. First thing this morning, he had a 3-pound plus fish in his live well. Been slower for some of these other anglers, but not for Bob Downey. He has certainly been able to capitalize on those fish moving from the backs of the pockets out to the main river.
With Bob Downey making some key decisions, doing what other people are not doing, and it's certainly paid off in a big way. Talking about a guy positioning himself for a win. You look at Bob Downey, but we're going to be having our coverage continue on Bassmaster.com. Again, a great pleasure to be with you today for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yes!
Stop number 6 for the
Yes,
year.
baby! Another good spot. Boom!
watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
Welcome one, welcome all. For those of you that have been watching all morning long on FS1, welcome to Bassmaster.com. Continued coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry. And for the first time this week, we have seen a gap at the top of our leaderboard. And at the very top of that leaderboard, old Bob Downey trying to chase down his first Elite Series victory. But a guy that's already laid claim to one of those titles earlier this year, Jason Christie in second place, Paul Mueller in third. And this tournament, what we have learned hour after hour is, man, that leaderboard is going to continue to change. This is the first of two stops in the great state of Alabama. We're going to be at Lake Guntersville next, but this week, our playing field, Neely Henry, part of the Coosa River chain. And as you can see, our anglers spread out all over the map of this 12,000 acre body of water, a relatively small body of water, Ronnie, but for such a small body of water, you would think the tails would always be the same, but it really just seems like you're following a bouncing ball, and it depends what hour that ball is bouncing right for that particular angler.
Yeah, we've basically seen three different anglers this week. Brock Mosley, day one leader. We saw him working a walking topwater on bluff walls, catching good fish, spotted bass as well. And then we see Paul Mueller take the lead, throwing a shaky head and a chartreuse and blackback squarebill. And then today, Bob Downey with a swim jig, taking command unofficially. So we're seeing so many different views. And when that water continues to fall up the lake and continues to rise down the lake, we will start to see even more factors come in, like a Jason Christie late this afternoon.
Well, it's almost Whataburger time, so that means it's time for our Toyota midday report. And let's start it off with the G-Man, Gerald Swindle. And man, everybody wondering, is this the time where G finally has his eyes on the prize?
It's no can work for you, man.
He's been relying on one main thing, day one, day two. I'm going to throw that buzz bait all day long. It's given me an inclination of what's going on, but today we've seen him switch up. Seen him flip some of this grass, seen him go and adjust and fish different types of cover as well. And that's what it's going to take. It's hard to lock in one thing to win an event, especially with as many changes as Neely has had.
We don't need no stinking rods. Gerald Swindle obviously improvising there after breaking off a fish earlier today. But no matter how it looks, getting it done here on day number 3. But a guy who got it done in his very first Elite Series event, Elite Series rookie and Elite Series champion, Brian New.
New, such a short career with Bassmaster so far, and such good promise going forward for a great career. He's learned at all levels, from the back of the boat to the local level to the semi-pro level, from the front of the boat, and now an Elite Series champion and an Opens champion. We're seeing him kind of explore a couple key little areas and spots on this place. Not necessarily a pattern. We'll see if he can develop one today and tomorrow.
I didn't think it was possible, but I think you named every part of the boat there, Ronnie. But here's a guy who has caught them all off parts of the boat, and Ingle Tournament known to man a 5-time Classic qualifier, still trying to win his first ever Elite, and that's Todd Ott.
When you see Todd Ott on our camera coverage, he could jump up and surprise us doing something else, but he's doing exactly what we thought, throwing a bladed jig and doing it to perfection. And then we go over to the guy who's been the hottest angler on the Elite Series this year, Seth Feider. He's already got a third, already has 2 sixths. He's trying to make it another top 10, Dave.
You are dropping those numbers like bombs, and Seth Feider always dropping those bombs and has avoided a bomb this entire year, and that's what puts him in top of our Angler of the Year leaderboard. And everybody questioning if Feider can get through this. Look out, with Guntersville and 2 northern fisheries to close out the season. Is this Seth Feider's season to finally win that Angler of the Year award? We'll have to find out. We'll have to pay attention all season long. A lot of fishing ahead But Seth Feider, I would say at this point, has officially got it done here at a stop that so many people said this could be his Achilles heel. But let's bring out a two-time Elite Series champion and a former Bass Nation National champion, and the guy who's kind of doing things a little different this time around, Ronnie, Paul Mueller.
Yeah, I kind of ragged on him yesterday a little bit. I was confused as to why so many people picked him in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. This doesn't really set up to his style at all. He loves deep water, he loves finesse fishing, picking it apart with his graphs, and that's not what Neely Henry has displayed this week. Yet, Paul Mueller's showing his versatility. He's won in Florida, he's won in 60 feet of water, and now he's doing well on an ever-changing river system.
An incredibly versatile angler, but a guy chasing down his first Elite Series title from Wisconsin, old Bob Downey.
We've seen every day someone get in a rhythm and run with it. Day one was Seth Feider doing that. We saw Josh Straceman do that a little bit. Yesterday was Gerald Swindle really running with what he thought he could win with. And now we're seeing that with Bob Downey today. And he's doing it a little different, staying on that main river. And now that he's got a good limit, he's going to go explore even farther north to uncharted territory.
Maybe.
And Downey, our current leader, putting together a pretty consistent event as well. Not only does he have roughly 12 to 13 pounds today, but day one, Bob Downey had 13-15, then backed it up with 13-2. Now he's got almost 13 again for an event that you cannot be consistent in, and it's very hard to do so. Bob is proving consistency has him at the top spot for a reason. We're going to watch Bob Downey fish live right now on our Toyota Midday Report for the 6th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series here at Neely Henry on the Coosa River. Downey now exploring new territory, and he may make it work even if the water is higher and above the grass where he has gone. The one key thing is he has shade, and that is something that can really help a shallow water bite during these conditions in the afternoon.
And exploring new territory, like you just said, Ronnie, I think that's one of the biggest keys, and that's kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. You have to minimize your time looking and maximize your time with it locked in your hand. And you see these anglers in two different stages, you know, when they definitely get onto that bite. We saw one of his flurries earlier today, but the amount of time, you need to maximize your time with it locked in your hand and minimize the amount of time you spend looking. And but looking is the key that makes it all come together. And man, has it come together for Bob Downey.
What's incredible, I was mentioning his consistency. It's hard to be consistent on Neely Henry this week with the changing conditions and what you're doing. He had 13 pounds and change both the first 2 days of competition, almost has that today. And yesterday he had a 5-pounder. Today, just a lot of solid fish. No kicker. If he gets that kicker, that's the chance to get 16 pounds today and have the biggest bag of the event possibly.
Drew Benton hooked up.
I don't know if he's 12 or not. I don't think so.
Thank you.
He's close. If he just relax. Yeah, he's 12. Another 10-ouncer. Butts number 5.
Not quite into the top 10 with that limit fish right there, Dave, but Benton now with 3 fish under a pound on his bass track, and he's still in contention for the final day.
Dude.
Couple
Oh
calls
my
and he's going to
God.
be in good position.
Like a big
ball of hate.
Please don't come off. Oh my God. Come here, baby. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. I got you. Let's freaking go! Wow! God, I'm shaking. $5.25. Neely Henry, baby. Thank you, darling. Give me some on that.
Just like that, Ronnie, one hook set, and man, what a difference a big bite on Neely Henry has made here this week. Our tournament leader, Bob Downey, talked about a big bite yesterday. Well, the little ball of hate comes out swinging with a giant fish here on semifinal Sunday. Wes Logan trying to make it inside our top 10, and I think we can truly agree, Ronnie, this is going to be one of those championship Mondays that literally anybody in the top 10 has got a shot to take the title.
That is a huge fish. It has eluded him the last 2 days, losing one on day one, losing one on camera yesterday. To land that one for Wes, going into possibly making the final day on your home body of water, this could be huge for him momentum-wise. Still one more to a limit for him.
Big bite makes a big difference, and look at that at the beginning of this segment. We talked about the big gap in the leaderboard. Well, that gap just tightened with one hook set from Wes Logan with 39 pounds, 3 ounces just ahead of him. Oh, Bob Downey with 39.15. Both of them chasing down their very first Elite Series title.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
The 6th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this a very rare semifinal Sunday. This event going to finish on a Monday, a championship Monday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry in beautiful Gadsden, Alabama. And man, what a difference just a few minutes makes here in this tournament. It looked like old Bob was about to run away with this, and just when we started planning the parade, Wes Logan, the little ball of hate, sets the hook, and he's right there. Just a few ounces separates him and old Bob. But Wes Logan, what a difference just a few minutes makes.
God,
and Ronnie, at this hook set right here, it was the difference maker for Wes Logan.
Big.
Yeah, and add that to another keeper, and now he has a limit and is within that 12 ounces of Bob Downey. He is the local boy. He knows just as much.
Come here, baby.
On this body of water as anywhere else in the world.
Come here.
He needed this bite. He's lost it the last 2 days, and he caught it just moments ago.
I got you. Let's freaking go! Wow!
That's why you sign up and play this game, man. That emotion right there, that excitement. And that's a moment that Wes Logan has been waiting a long time for.
Got him, Shake. $5.25.
$5.25. Our Phoenix Boats big
Neely
bass
Henry,
of the day.
Thank you, darling.
And I thought, Dave, coming into this, why not pick Wes Logan? Well, for Wes Logan, I thought maybe he would get a little too amped up for this being close to home. He's amped up, but his game plan is working out so far.
Update is we got 4 in the box, 1 big and 3 good ones. I basically had to scrap the way I've been fishing the last 2 days, you know, fishing shallow, throwing a frog and stuff, because, I mean, they're literally dropping the water a couple inches an hour. Like, it's falling fast. Like, it's below full pool now. I think it's like maybe a foot low. And I just know when this lake gets that low or it starts falling, they get out of that grass and just kind of messes with them for a day or two. So I kind of scrapped that, and I mean, me and everybody else in the top 30's kind of got the same idea. I mean, just out here chunking and winding around close to the launch. But yeah, caught one real big one right here. Just need one more good one. I think I might have a chance to fish tomorrow. But I don't know, it's not easy. Like, they're not biting, you gotta make them bite. They're getting caught every 20 minutes. It's all a timing deal. Fish are here. Fish are most everywhere you fish here. You just, depends on if you hit them at the right time or not. You could go behind somebody 30 minutes later and it's like catch the crap out of them and they didn't get a bite.
That local knowledge, we talked about that, Ronnie, earlier this week, and local knowledge, you know, it doesn't always rise to the top on day number 1, but little adjustments like that, him just knowing experience that, man, when that water starts to change, get away from that grass, those fish need to adjust, and man, you can't argue with his logic right now.
Yeah, the last time we saw him on live, he was fishing just across where we just saw Bob Downey, and it was basically dry land now. He pulled up his stakes and moved on to more hard cover, more main river stuff that's going to have water on it.
Still running so hard is the fish will reap it. I'm probably not just going to go right back to the same rock. I mean, he'll go back and get back in another little current break. So there's fish always moving with the current like it is. I mean, you just got to be fortunate enough for your bait to go by him the right way, the right depth, the right speed. Just everything's got to go right. Just keep rotating little stretches that I know.
It's human nature as anglers that we're going to focus on this season. We're going to focus on the instability and how events, you know, have been this close to, you know, if you were just here a few days ago or a few days later, this would have been so much better. And really that has been the tale of this season with the amount of postponed days and stuff we've had. But man, has that given us some incredible moments, learning moments as anglers, to watch these anglers adjust. And even for an event like Fork, you know, watching that get better and that magic pay off on the championship day was what made it so special. And man, there is some silver lining with all the unrest this year.
Yeah, in an event like this, if you could have 4 days of competition and 4 different leaders hold the lead at the end of the day, that just shows you got to adjust daily. And whoever adjusts today to advance to tomorrow and can adjust one more time, they could take home $100,000 and a Bassmaster Elite Series trophy.
Speaking of a Bassmaster Elite Series trophy, here's a guy who didn't take long to get one in his very first try. Brian New, Elite Series champion.
That was a big one. Dang it, man. That was a 4-pounder. Oh.
Moments after we saw how much a 4-pounder helped Wes Logan, we don't need to use a lot of words to express how important that miss was for Brian New.
Man, that sucks.
He did a pretty good job of explaining himself. That sucks. I mean, it doesn't matter where you fished, what you're fishing for. I mean, that's the international language of angling.
It is what it is, though.
Ronnie, I know you're a big NFL fan. Do you know that our host community, Gadsden, is home to a NFL coach? Do you know who it is? Or birthplace of? And don't use the Google machine.
The birthplace of an NFL coach. I feel like he's got to be an older gentleman. I don't know. I'll just say Ron Rivera. I'll throw one out there.
Wrong.
Okay. I had a 1 in 32 shot.
I didn't say he was a head coach. He was recently a head coach, but Freddie Kitchens.
Oh, wow.
From Gadsden, Alabama. Another little known fact. Also, the home to one Matthew Knowles, the father of B.A.S.S, right here in Gadsden.
You buried the lead. Beyonce's dad is way more important than Freddie Kitchens with how he coached the Browns.
Well, depends on your musical taste.
Here's one, Dave, for you. I fished with a former Cleveland Browns player at Gunnersville, our next stop on the Elite Series. I fished with him after Pickwick. He is now a linebacker for the Texans, so I don't know how that ties, but it kind of does because he used to be with the Browns.
Well, thanks for tying yourself in there, Ronnie. But let's have a look at some Striker Daily Trivia while we're talking about all the locals. I mean, can we be this pro? Can it really happen? Yes, it can. How many current elites hail from the great state of Alabama? A10, B11, C12, and D13. We'll give you the break to mull it over. Ronnie, where do you think you're leading?
I'm thinking it's B or C. I'll decide
you
after the
are
break.
Absolutely out of time.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
All our viewers have been watching all day long on FS1. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry. We've been talking some local trivia. And how about some Striker Daily Trivia? And the question was, how many current elites hail from the great state of Alabama, the birth state of bass? A10, B11, C12, D13. Ronald Moore, what say you?
I had B or C going to break, and I had to count them mentally in my mind who I knew, and I'm going with C12.
Well, I will go with, I'll go with D13 just because, I mean, that's a fun number. Oh, you beat me for the first time.
Now, Dave, do you know what the second most occupied state is for Elite Series pros?
I'm gonna go Texas.
Texas is close. It's tied for third, but North Carolina is second with 9 anglers from the Tar Heel State, my stomping ground. So that's how we're going to tie all this infrastructure daily trivia show.
Well, congratulations, and you'll have to excuse me because dealing with a little brain freeze from a Whataburger exclusive frozen Dr. Pepper shake. It's really good. The crew has really made it rain here. But speaking of making it rain, let's have our power poll replay of the day, and we don't have to look very far. The little ball of hate came out firing here this afternoon, and West Logan made a big charge into second place with one set of the hook right here on Neely Henry.
The biggest bass of the day so far. 4 fish, still one more to get to a limit, and he is now second because of this crucial catch.
Come here. I got you. Let's freaking go! Neely Henry, baby.
He talked about making subtle adjustments, changing up areas, changing up his approach, just simply because that is the thing that continues to happen here in this tournament. Change, and he has changed with the fish, and it has changed his spot on that leaderboard all the way up to second place, close to home. And West Logan always has an incredible support team with him every morning at the docks. And if he goes out on our final day with 10 anglers remaining in our field, it's going to be awesome to see it go down tomorrow. One big bite, a big difference maker here on this body of water, Ronnie Moore.
I'm interested to see now that he's got that big bite in the boat. He's lost that fish day 1 and day 2. Not that specific one, but a fish of that caliber. Now that he has it in the boat, where does he go from now? Does he go sell out on something? Does he go try something else? Will a local spot factor history-wise?
God, that's a big one, dude. Oh my God.
I mean, if you were, you know, commentating a baseball game, would you be like, this pitcher's having a great game here today, but unfortunately they knocked the leather off the ball the last 2 days? Ronnie, a ray of sunshine here. West Logan caught the biggest bass of the tournament, and let's jump over to Brock Mosley, which I'm sure you'll remind us has 4 times got a second place in the elites. Aight. All joking aside, that's your department, Ronnie. I'll hand it over to you.
When bad things happen that we can see, I don't have to say them. If it's unseen, I have to say it. That's the shtick, yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you. It's good right here. This is where it goes bad, right about. Oosh. Man.
And that's huge for Brock. Only 3 in the boat for 3 pounds. That one looked like it was all of 3 pounds itself. I like that he switched from topwater to a moving bait like a chatterbait and spinnerbait around some of the same stuff he would normally throw at topwater.
There's one. Oh no, you stay hooked up. See, man, we would have turned our whole day around. That would have probably gave us, you know, 8 or 9 pounds. I mean, 9 pounds with that one. I mean, that ain't no giant by no means, but that with still a 3.5 pounder with them.
Let's make a move. Let's bring it up a little bit. We're getting negative. We're getting negative, and we'll be back with Brock. It'll be Happyville again, but let's go over to Paul Mueller, a guy who's won 2 elites and a Bass Nation National Championship. Also has weighed in the 5 biggest fish in Bassmaster Classic history and the biggest smallmouth ever weighted in a Bassmaster event. Top that stat, Rat.
I'll say Brock Mosley positive. That 1.5 pounder puts him back in the top 10.
See, didn't that feel good, Ronnie? A little bit of you'd like feel like, wow.
Thank you, Jesus. That's a good one. And there was one the size, same size as him. Look at that. Depths Evoke 2.0. There was one, he had a twin with him. Look at that fat spotted bass. Look at the tail. It's kind of beat up. I wonder if they're spawning. They could be spawning this deep. I mean, there was one the same size with him. That's the kind we need. Crazy. They're just up a little bit shallower. That was awesome. That thing took me for a merry-go-ride. Gosh. See, they're here, man. It's crazy.
Wow. Number 4 and a big one for Mueller. And in his defense, man, it happens every time, Ronnie. I'll do a service for yourself. Oh, well, let's just hop over to Clint Davis where he's fighting a fish.
He's barely hooked. Look at there. It took long enough, didn't it? Yeah, it took long enough. Hey, we'll take him. Maybe we're not snake bit. Yeah, probably.
I'm going to need you to tighten up and get in control, okay, Mercer? Because right now it is going off on Bass Track. We've got Brock Mosley losing a 3-pounder, catching a 1.5-pounder. We have Paul Mueller landing that 3+ pounder, and now Clint Davis a 2.5-pounder. Moves are being made right now. So as Mark Zona would say, let's tighten up.
Hey, listen. You shook a little ray of sunshine and you see what happens, just a touch of positivity out in the world, and all of a sudden it just keeps raining. More and more positivity coming our way. And speaking of which, you know what's more positive than winning your first ever Elite Series event? Brian New. Come on, let's give him some sunshine and rainbows.
He's working on it, working on it. He may have caught the record number of fish out of a culvert pipe the size of a semi-tire this week. Every fish has came off some kind of pipe.
He's the king of the culvert. He really does spend a lot of time around the culverts.
1-3.
Man, what a difference just a few minutes makes. I guess that is about a 3-ounce cull for Brian New. But look at our leaderboard. Every single segment, it gets tighter and tighter. Now 2 at 39, 1 at 37, and watch from 4 to 10 and watch how they continue to tighten up minute after minute right here on Neely Henry. They are starting to fire. The anglers are starting to figure it out. And Ronnie, I'm going to work on it. I'm going to tighten it up, get rid of the brain freeze, and get back here to the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Welcome back.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
Welcome back. Welcome back. This event, a pillar of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the 6th stop, of course, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry. And look at how tight that leaderboard is. Tightening up minute after minute as it has day after day here on this tough fishery. Changing conditions and changing anglers are being paid off in a big way. The question is, who is going to stay inside the top 10? Our cut line right now being divided by Matt Airy and Gerald Swindle. But let's head back out on the water with Paul Mueller, who moments ago, look at this, when he took his time fighting this fish. And I want to do a service for the .com team, for yourself, Ronnie, for Emily, for everybody, because every single time we have an angler that fights a fish like he did and babies it around the boat for a long time, look how this fish is hooked when he holds it up here, right here. This is the reason why. I get it. When you caught a fish that was 10 times bigger than that, and you caught it on a totally different lure at a totally different situation at a totally different time without $100,000 in Elite Series title on the line, you pumped it in the boat. But when you hook a fish and they're skin hooked just like that, that is why you see these guys fighting fish like we saw the way Paul. Look at how little pressure it took to pull that hook out. That is the reason. That is the reason why. So right before, I know you want to type those little digits, and I know you want to say something, and that's fine. We appreciate it. We love your comments, but just give these guys a little credit. And here's something that this dude's been looking for all day long, and that is wind, and that's the most wind we've seen till this point. So I would imagine Mueller's afternoon is just going to get better.
Fantastic breakdown of what I deal with daily on social media, Dave. That's fantastic.
I'm here to help, Ronnie. Here to help. Yeah, well, if we could deal with some of my online hate. With that in mind, I'll get back to my Whataburger Dr. Pepper shake exclusive. Mueller and New.
That and ate it.
You called him the king of the culvert, Dave. We could call him the prince of the pipe, the sultan of sewage. We could come up with all of them right now. I know that's your gig, but I'm just saying, there could be more. I don't know what's higher than king.
Well, the Prince of the Pipe was actually a buddy of mine in high school, and that didn't work out good for him. So let's not give him that name. But a little point that helps prove that we kind of talked about earlier in the week. It's incredible the amount of fish that you can get from a piece of structure. When they set up this time of year, you know, on this body of water, we saw it earlier in the year or earlier in the tournament with Josh Strassner, and again, we're seeing it. But it's been real positive, Ronnie. You know, we've been getting up, and I know you like to get down. I know, let's bring it down to a lower level, a sadder time with Brock Mosley.
Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. No!
For the benefit of our viewers, I will let you know that Ronnie did smile when that happened. I don't mean that like you were against Brock. But
I'm smiling
a little bit
now as I have to dispute that.
Good, you? Didn't even see you there. Come on, keep biting.
We could call Brian New the dictator of the ditch as well.
Talk to him a little bit.
Brock Mosley hooked up.
We ain't done yet, buddy.
This will fill out his limit.
He went from 3 bites all morning to getting 3 bites in the last 5 minutes, losing one of them and landing 2 of them. Even though it might be a small limit, he's got to be feeling good that it's happened this quick with shade and a different bait and different area. Just switching it up a little bit helps a lot.
Need another good bite, buddy.
So where does that put him right now, Ronnie?
Yeah. He was
in the top 10.
He was in the top 10 with number 4, and number 5 just moved him up to 5th place.
It at least clues me in a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Only has 6 pounds today and is still only 4 pounds behind the lead.
Yes.
How bad are you fighting right now, wanting to tell me how much weight he would have if he hadn't lost that one?
How many ounce? 29 what? 29?
I was just going to let you know he's 4-2 behind, but if he gets 4-1, he'll finish second, which would be his 5th second place finish of his career.
I owe it to myself to go
Two
try.
guys
Let's go.
desperately want that title. Swindle and Mosley both on the screen.
Gonna move live because we just feel depleted up here. Nothing's happening good. I got a couple of places I ain't fished since the tournament started, and I'm fixing to go fishing. You know, just got to try to make something happen. I need 2 good bites. I'm not out of it. 2 good bites, and I'm right back in it. So I'm just gonna, I gotta try something. I just feel like I'm just spinning my wheels right here. I really don't like it. It's just muddy and dirty, so it don't take long to get in another spot.
Gerald Swindle, a man on the move, and he knows he's got to move. It definitely has his finger on the pulse of this fishery and said, man, I just know what I'm doing isn't right now, and I got to make an adjustment. We'll follow those adjustments all day long right here on Bassmaster.com.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
This is it, the semifinal round, day number 3 of this Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake. Big time moving day, and you got to be on that list, the top 10. If you want to fish for the trophy. Championship Monday. That's the way it sets up right there, and there's your cut line right now. And Todd Otten, the man above, Matt Harry, first man out. Gerald Swindle, also notably in that list. So both of those anglers have work to do. Plenty of work and plenty of time. And this one-of-a-kind fishery, the Coosa River is a one-of-a-kind river with its own particular vaunted species of fish, and man, oh man, 77 miles of it makes up Neely Henry Lake. And then Davey Hyde, it has not disappointed us.
It has not disappointed us, Tommy. You're exactly right. A lot of numbers of fish here in Neely Henry Lake have been, I fished a few events there 20, 25 years ago, whatever it was, a long time ago, but still very similar to the same lake. 77 miles of the Coosa River, which form Neely Henry Lake, and fish throughout from the dam area all the way up to not far behind Weiss Lake. So a lot of area to fish, not many square acres, but a big river. Here's Wes Logan earlier today. I guess while we were on break, Tommy, and
like a big
looks like he's got a game changer on.
Please don't come off. Oh my God. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. I got you. Let's freaking go. Wow.
Well, for the good fish that we saw him lose the last 2 days, he just made up for it right there. But I can't help but think, what if that 4-pounder we saw him jump off yesterday morning, what if he had caught it?
Man on fire right there, Wes Logan. Bob Downey earlier had been able to take over the lead and enjoy the biggest lead of anyone in the tournament. And there with one swing of the bat, as they say, Wes Logan changed all of that, just ounces behind. And this was earlier also. Paul Mueller, our leader to start the day. Now let's watch this process.
So Paul Mueller, we finally get the wind blowing like he said he wanted to be able to get these fish to bite a crankbait. He's caught a few on a crankbait on day one, but had to resort to a worm and a shaky head, but he's got this fish on a crankbait. So here's something very important to note. Number one, if you've never caught a Coosa River spotted bass, you might not understand just how much they fight. I just would compare them to a smallmouth, and we heard Paul Mueller say earlier that maybe they fight more than a smallmouth. So when you get a fish like this on treble hooks, I think it's best through my 20+ years of fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail to wear that fish completely down, so when you get it close to the boat, it's exhausted and you can get your hands on it. You do one of two things. You either basically winch the fish to the boat and try to swing it, or you take your time. I think Paul Mueller's doing the right thing here. He's in open water. He's got this fish on a very light rod, a parabolic. You can see the bend throughout. It's a good rod for what he's doing. Take your time. We can't use dip nets. You have to get your hands on this fish. Good job. Barely hooked. Barely hooked. Just one hook of the back treble in this fish's mouth. Good job, Paul Mueller. Oh, look, it almost looks like it's about to fall out. Good job, Paul Mueller. And you can say, oh, look, it's not even, the barb isn't even penetrated there. He would have lost that fish. Had he tried to hurry that fish and swing it in, he would have definitely lost that fish. Good job. A lot of experience landing fish by Paul Mueller.
Some great stuff from earlier today, and that's where we stand right now. Bob Downey still with that lead, but now just ounces, 12 ounces. Ahead of Wes Logan. And man, we've seen a lot of fish swung in this tournament, Davey, but these guys, more than we know, they take a good assessment of how well that fish is hooked before they make a decision to do something like that.
Yeah, they often don't talk about it. You will hear some anglers say, oh, barely hooked, but I promise you, they're looking to try to, at first glance of that fish, see what the situation is. If that whole bait's down in that fish's mouth, you would try to land that fish quicker and maybe swing that fish. When you see the whole bait outside the fish's mouth and just one hook in the corner of the mouth, you have to take it very gentle with this. And listen, these guys do it for a living. And they're not taking 30 seconds to land a bass because they don't think it's the right thing to do. It's absolutely the right thing to do.
Brock Mosley coming back with a limit there over the course of the last hour. Had to do it. Really needed a limit. Fell behind this morning.
Yeah, it's amazing how few bites Brock Mosley has had today. He's really struggled. He's picked up in the last hour, but wow, until about 11 o'clock, I think he had only had 2 bites all day long. Totally a surprise for me with what Brock Mosley was doing. Him fishing the deeper banks, I felt like was probably be the most consistent thing someone could do is stay close to those deeper banks with that water fluctuation. But boy, it just went away for him this morning.
Bob Downey again still with the lead, but important to note that both Paul Mueller and Wes Logan, 4 fish, so they've got a whole lot of headroom, a chance to grow really quickly should they tie into another good one.
Yes, great point, Tommy. When you see they've only got 4 fish, even a 1-pound keeper would, Wes Logan would take over the lead.
Brian New, he's had his limit for a good long while here. Great tournament for Brian New.
Yeah, he's really, really capitalized on the couple of those terracotta drains from those backwaters. I mean, he has fished them over and over again with multiple baits, and he's done a great job just maximizing not a whole lot and making it into a top 10 finish for him.
Back in the lead for Rookie of the Year as well. Brian New is leading KJ
absolutely.
Queen by about 8 points. They're 26 and 27.
That all transpired today.
It's the Rookie of the Year and the Angler of the Year. So Brian New's hooked up here. Stand by. Don't know if that'll help you.
Spotted bass. It's my small one. 1.8, 1.9, 1.3, 1.15.
Bass Trek says he has 2 fish that go 1 pound, 3 ounce.
1.2.
Nope.
We're going to do it.
Wow. So back to the Rookie of the Year watch.
I feel like I'm making good decisions.
Been the same way.
That
One
is good.
day, Brian New lost the lead with one bad day at Lake Fork.
I made a good decision a second
and then he
ago. It didn't
regained the
work
lead
out.
because
Yeah, I guess it did. I called a few times.
some of the other anglers have had
not
one
for a
bad
lot,
day here.
but I guess about 1 pound actually.
Yeah, Josh Strasner
And,
had a nice lead coming in.
I
here.
lost
He had
a 4-pounder
good first
though.
day, and then 1 fish for 12 ounces
So
yesterday. Filled
that
at
kind of
81st.
stings, but there's 2 pluses. I did cull a little, and I made a good decision, even though it didn't work out. So that does count for something, mentally. I just decided to come on down the lake where I hadn't been all week, and as soon as I sit the boat down, I catch that one. It didn't help, but making decisions and catching fish definitely help mentally. That dock, I remember marking some docks that had some brush in it in here. That one there, I can visually see it. But these spots, I mean, I'm sure some guys are catching them. But I mean, not just spots, just catching them in general today. But especially with this wind, these spots ought to be chewing. Hopefully I can catch me a couple quality ones. I think I got right at 9 pounds, so I've got a, you know, respectable bag, but it's not enough. I need about 13, I think, to make it, maybe 14. But, you know, keep working hard and try to make the right decisions and hope that it works out and, you know, I don't have any more misfortunes, lose anymore.
I like what he's doing here. He's obviously on the windy side of the lake. You compare what you see there with Brian New to Gerald Swindle, seems to be on the upwind side of the lake. And usually this time of the year, being on the windy side of a river or lake, is more active and better fishing.
Gerald Swindle told us so a little while ago that, you know, just can't get the size. I'm going to go visit some places I think are good that I haven't been to this week at all. Currently in 12th place, just outside the top 10. Got plenty of time to turn that situation around.
Oh, yeah, plenty of time. The good thing about where I see Gerald's at, he's on the shady side and seems to be really focusing on those spots of shade. And the fish that Wes Logan caught, that bigger fish, it was shade of that bridge where he hooked up on that fish. So this time of day, the shade becomes a big deal.
I knew just moments ago pointing at this boat dock saying mark some brush piles there before the tournament.
Yeah, that's what a lot of these anglers do.
We live?
They spend time graphing and looking for brush piles, looking for stumps, looking for contour changes.
Well, we can't take our eyes off the top of the leaderboard, always wanting to know who's in charge. And Bob Downey and Wes Logan have just done some tournament turnaround type activity during the course of this morning and through the noon hour, but still it's all about that list right there. The top 10, you got to be in there. You give yourself a chance because we see the weight sort of compressing, collapsing, getting closer and closer as we move on through day number 2, and who knows how close they will all be, those top 10 right there. Chances are, you've mentioned it, Davey, Mark Zona did too, it's going to be possibly one of those days where anyone in the top 10 has got a shot at a championship. But hey, you've got to be in that top 10 at the end of today. There's plenty of fishing time left, and we'll have more of it for you when we come back.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Moving on, time-wise, through day number 3, all-important day number 3, if you have designs on lifting one of those blue trophies at the end of this important 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series here on Neely Henry Lake. And Bob Downey, second-year man from Wisconsin, up on top of that thing. Had a great morning here. Made some decisions, Davey Height, that kind of baffled everyone for a little bit. Certainly went against the grain, and not the first time we've seen a guy do that, and it pays off big time.
You're exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And this is one of those things that happened that some anglers that didn't do as well today as maybe they anticipated and made some changes. When they look back and see what happened on Bassmaster Live today, that they basically bailed on that shallow main river water wheel of grass, and Bob Downey just moved out on it and took over the lead, had a great mid-morning. And it really is surprising to me, and I'm sure it will be to a lot of the anglers, including Seth Feider.
Yeah, that was a revelation to watch. And Seth has certainly done his job today, started in the top 10. He's been dancing above and below that 10-cut line there, but boy, he has not given up. He's not yielding any points to the rest of the field here as far as his Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, at which he now enjoys a much bigger lead, 47, to start this day.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they're all competitors. They're friends, all of the guys out there on Elite Trail, but I'm sure Seth Feider was glad to see Patrick Walters not make the cut.
Yeah.
And Patrick Walters is probably not happy seeing Seth Feider making the top 10 cut today. Looks like a fish that'll definitely help him here.
He's being careful with this one. Gosh, they're so lively, those. Neely Henry bass here.
He's got a 1-3 he'd love to get rid of us, as well as a 1.5.
He's had his limit for a good long time today. Just hasn't had a big one show up, but got plenty of time to make that happen.
We talked about it this morning. You can see the weights, and you just mentioned it a few minutes ago, Tommy, but I can't help but just say it again. We see these weights compress more and more as each hour passes, and the top 10 tomorrow, certainly anyone that makes that top 10 could challenge to win this event.
Davey, I noticed something. Early in the day, I get the Bass Track and the boats are colored that are leading, and they were all around Gadsden, and not too many down lake, but now there's a few more colored boats down lake. I wonder if it's switched around a little bit like Paul Mueller has always been in it, but...
Yep. Such, I think exactly what Paul Mueller was asking for has been a positive thing, the wind blowing.
9.5 pounds, but hoping for...
And that water being clearer has... The winds, in my opinion, is a great thing this time of the year, whether you've got stained water or clear water, but it's even better in the clear water situations. That breaking up that light penetration means so much.
The other one just came off when I was reeling it in. We'll see. I mean, still got plenty of time.
He'll get a couple ounces and up to 7th place with that fish.
There's definitely some fish here. Hopefully we can catch a few. I went up in a super shallow pocket, and the live wells must have been running. Just kicking mud, scraping bottom to get in there. So, water got a little dirty in here, so just getting some of it out, getting some more fresh in. And yeah, you never know. There's 5-pounders in here. We can catch one any gas. During the day, right around. I just don't have enough now to feel good about going tomorrow.
He's a guy who always recognizes the potential in every part of every day. Sometimes he gets a little frustrated when it doesn't play out that way. But Seth can certainly approach any part of any fishery with the intention of succeeding, and this year, boy, it's certainly worked out that way.
It has, Tommy. And seeing Seth, I was fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series when he first made it. He looked like a fisherman that was hungry for a check, hungry for a win, hungry for, his next sponsor. And I think his success, he's not hungry in the same way, let's say, but Seth Feider is hungry for a win, and he's certainly hungry for a Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He has not lost his desire, his passion, his drive, even though he's had a lot of success the last few years.
And we talk about the advantage he has gained with what's happened over the last 24 hours with Patrick Walters and so forth. And we talked to him about it yesterday. I said, boy, you look so good. You split with Walters here in Alabama. I mean, it's advantage. Seth Feider said, oh, no way. I can fall off the boat at any point right here. I think it was a little bit of false modesty there, but hey, admirable At any rate, you don't want to count on anything. And we still got one more event in Alabama to go to at Lake Guntersville. But guess what? He's great on Lake Guntersville.
Yeah, he really has. He has a full game going now. There is no doubt about it. And I think Zona mentioned this earlier, that if Patrick Walters doesn't make up some ground at Guntersville, and not only Patrick, there's other people. Brock Mosley is in the hunt. I mean, but if somebody doesn't close the gap a little bit on Seth Fighter, the odds will certainly be in his favor.
2020 Rookie of the Year, Austin Felix, coming into our top 10 at 9th place. The limit going 9.5 pounds.
He's turned into a guy you can't keep down on very many places either. Austin Felix is good at figuring things out as he goes along.
Boy, you just want to see Gerald make that top 10. He's just outside of it, and right in his home state of Alabama, and not having an Elite Series win, it would just be it would be much better if he's in that top 10 to give him that chance. I know so many people are probably pulling for him to see him get that first win, and it'd be so special to do it in his home state of Alabama.
Oh, I don't think, but about 99.999% of the fans are hoping for a scenario like that, Davey. Certainly we all are here, all the fans who've been following the action here and following the great career of Gerald Swindle.
He needs one decent bite. He's less than a half a pound behind 10th place Clark Wentworth.
Cave under there. Dude, that is really cool. That'd be something if you fish here a lot, to like mark that and come back when the water's above it. Nobody knows it's there.
Yeah, you just like flip it in there.
That is really pretty cool, actually.
It's interesting looking at this 4 box that Brock Mosley is doing something very different than we've seen him do for most of this event. Wes Logan is in a very different looking surrounding than what we've seen him. Bob Downey has moved away from that water willow grass on the bank, whether it be in the cut or on the main river. We've not seen him just fishing these, I guess, a deeper water scenario here. It looks like he's upstream. Paul Mueller's the only one that is doing something that we've really seen him do for the 3 days. All these guys having to change up. Wes Logan desperately needs to get that fifth fish in the boat, especially if it would be a 2 or 3 pounder, would give him the lead by quite a bit.
Boy, that was exciting watching that 5-pound plus come into Wes Logan's boat. I mean, he was absolutely elated by that. He knew how big that one was.
He had totally forgot about losing his sunglasses this morning when he put his hands on that fish.
Like you say, that fish was big enough to erase all the bad stuff that's gone on over 3 days leading up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it did. You could tell by his emotions and how excited he was. He had totally forgotten about his sunglasses going over the side of the boat and that 4-pounder yesterday morning that we saw jump off.
You know we're going to watch it again and again. Let's do it right now.
Go ahead and admit if you've ever done this, because I know I have.
No, I have too.
He watches
hand gesture.
Just peeking over to make sure they didn't float. And now watch his hand gesture. That's right, Such. Watch it. Yeah, like whatever.
Forget that.
Moving on.
But this changes everything for Wes Logan on day 3. He totally has forgotten about losing his sunglasses at this point.
Please don't come off. Oh my God. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. I got you. Let's freaking go! Wow!
Truly amazing how one fish can change everything, especially on this lake. 5-pounder is like gold. That's a solid 5-pounder for
that
Wes
fish is
Logan.
money right there. And again, he's still got one left to a limit, Wes Logan, so he can, as you say, really step out, Davey, if he gets a 2-pounder, 3-pounder on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, 3 hours ago, Bob Downey was a commanding 5-pound lead in one fish. We saw it happen for Wes Logan, what one fish can do.
We got Jason Christie making a move, a 2-pounder. He's up to 12.5, 4th place. He and Brandon Palnick came up from 16th and 17th, respectively. They're in our top 10 right now. But there are guys like Randy Sullivan caught a 4-pounder earlier. He just landed a 2-pounder. He's 2 bites away from getting in the top 10. It's plenty of movement left on the day. A couple big catches.
Auden, Airy, Swindle, Drew Benton, all right under that 10-pound cut line.
Hank Cherry's within range.
About 2:30 Central Time is when the anglers will start checking in, so you can see they've got time. They've got time to get it done.
So you see Seth Fighter here. Because it's so recognizable, we know this structure. It's almost like become part of the show.
Yeah.
But to see different anglers have a different approach, use different baits, and can fish behind one another and catch fish. This fish looks like it's a good one that'll definitely help Seth Fighter.
Yeah, it's the Waterworks plant there.
Oh,
Gadsden.
no.
Oh.
I think he's got him hooked in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That makes the fight a lot tougher.
Well, what we may be in terms of slower fishing for some of our anglers today, we made up for it in terms of competition, in terms of turns of the story arc for sure. 1 minute you're up, the next minute you are down. It's going to be the nature of it from here on out as we get closer and closer to Championship Monday.
It's going to be a barn burner, no doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. That's proof right there. Wes Logan went from, really, we weren't talking about him for a while, to all of a sudden, he's in second place, just ounces behind Bob Dowdy.
That's the way it lays out right there. That's Bass Track. Those are unofficial weights right there, but they give you a very good picture, paint a great picture of how close things are going. We got more fishing coming up. There's your cut line right there. Clark Winlet now. Clark has moved back up inside that top 10. That's going to change and continue to change until the last fish of the day is brought in. It's going to happen about 2 hours from now. So we got more to bring you right here from Neely Henry.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake is sponsored by Lynn Coda, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Every lake we visit on the Bassmaster Elite Series has different parameters, different size fish that you expect to see coming up at the weigh-ins. We had to adjust a little bit from our last event at Lake Fork to a sort of a different mindset here, but man, I tell you what, nothing changes about the intensity of the competition out here. That is a constant throughout all 9 events of the regular season here in 2021. Certainly has been the case here on day number 3, all-important day number 3, and you've got to be in the top 10. Bonus coverage I think we're going to bring you right now. We mentioned him just a few minutes ago as the sort of an irrepressible second-year guy, former Rookie of the Year. The Sleepy Assassin, as dubbed by Dave Mercer, Austin Felix. Austin, B&W Trailer Hitches
Yes,
on
sir.
the line. Yeah, we get to visit with you for a second if you'll allow it. Tell us how it's going for you today. Great day, really.
It's pretty windy out here, so let me know if I need to speak up louder, if you can hear me all right.
We can hear you.
Yeah, the first 2 days I caught pretty much everything. I weighed in off of 1 point. They were pretty much schooling and shad spawning deal. Well, this morning, I think between the sunny weather and just, I don't know, just to get in a late start, my point was dead. I didn't catch a single fish off of it. That's where I weighed in everything so far. But I got lucky and I just stumbled onto this pattern today. I haven't really been running any of this, but these main lake laydowns, like on the bluff, that are got this wind beating on them, there's a bunch of fish stacked up on the sides and in the ends of them. So I'm just slow rolling a spinnerbait along the ends of all these laydowns, and I think a lot of people either missed it because they weren't really on them in practice, or they just don't want to brave this high wind. So I've seemed to have it to myself down here by the dam, and that's pretty much how I've caught every single fish in my bag right now, just slow rolling a big spinnerbait on these kind of bluff ends in the wind.
So Austin, it's great that you have it to yourself now, but I haven't been on Neely Henry for a number of years, and for a lot of our viewers that haven't been there maybe ever, even though you've got it to yourself, are there enough laydowns and those bluff ends that you could just keep rotating and having, never having to go back on the same ones, looking forward to tomorrow?
Honestly, I don't know. I said that to my marshal. I'm like, they're clearly on these laydowns, but I don't know if there's enough of them around. I've got 3 or 4 stretches down here on the windy side, but I haven't checked the lee wind side, so we'll see. Maybe they'll set up on that and the wind isn't that big of a factor, but right now, I'm definitely running low on the key structure to keep running this pattern, I think.
Austin, you have spent a lot of time with us on Bassmaster Live during the course of this season, and that is most definitely a great thing. And I wanted to ask you, when you start one of these tournaments, are you going just day to day, just thinking about the day that's before you, or are you thinking of the full end game, all the way to the end of a tournament, and should you get there, how you would close the deal?
You're kind of breaking up, but it really depends on the lake. You kind of go into a lake after practice with an idea of how difficult it's going to be, how hard you're going to have to swing, or if you're just going to have to conserve fish. And this tournament really seemed like it was going to be one you were going to have to conserve fish, but when we got all that rain and the current kicked up, the bite definitely got a lot better every day as it went on. So you kind of had to adjust the game plan, and that's what I try to do anyways. You got to continuously adjust your game plan after the first day weights, after a few hours on the water, just depending on what works. I try to keep an open mind and get as many patterns before the tournament starts in my back pocket. So if one isn't working, I don't have to take a lot of time to switch.
Austin, very interesting to hear you break it down for us. That was great. Thank you for your time out there today. Austin Felix, certainly following up a great Rookie of the Year campaign in 2020 with the really nice 2021, especially this tournament right here.
He just got knocked out of the top 10. Matt Airy with 10 pounds jumps to 6th place, and Todd Otten up to 7th place.
Back to Bob Downey.
Looks very similar to the type of area he caught the 5-pounder in yesterday afternoon.
Exactly what I was thinking there, Ronnie. Very similar.
I got all excited looking at it, Davey.
Yeah, I did.
It's right where we caught the 5-pounder yesterday. So I think we're gonna call it 5-pound town. For now, anyways. We haven't caught anything here, but it's just a big mat where there's just a little bit of flow pushing all this sawdust into here. And there's decent depth in here too, because this chute actually goes out to the main channel, and this is just a mat or some grass that goes across this whole thing. And kind of just holds up all this sawdust. And the water's dropped quite a bit from yesterday, so there's probably only a couple feet under there now, but there was 3 to 4 under it yesterday. And yeah, just figured I'd come back here today midday and just see if another fish kind of replenished underneath this thing. It's just a nice big cavernous mat. We got a big spawning cove back here, and main river out there, so just a nice little transition area for these fish to maybe stop on.
Definitely a place for those fish to set up on. I keep referencing 20 years ago. If my memory serves me right, Clark Wendlandt led the event there on Neely Henry, flipping these exact type scenarios, these vegetation and sawdust mats.
He was third in the event to you, and Larry Nixon was second, Davey.
Bob Downey, he's won on the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open. Grand Lake, I think it was. His best finish with the Elite Series was a 6th place last year at our next stop, Lake Huntersville. So look out for more Bob Downey as we go through. Dave Mercer, Ronnie Moore will pick it up after the break.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
Who needed to do that yard maintenance anyways? Welcome back to Bass Live, and it's all about the quest for the top 10. We started this event with 98 pros, only 48 went out today, but after today, only the top 10 move on, and the top of that leaderboard, the first angler to crack 40 pounds, Bob Downey with 40 pounds and an ounce. Wes Logan with 39 pounds, 3 ounces, and look all the way down to 10th place. Brandon Palnick with 34 pounds, 12 ounces. It's all about that big charge, that big bite. And with that in mind, let's kick this off with our power pole replay of the day. And Wes Logan came out swinging with the biggest bite of the day, making him our power pole replay of the day. And Ronnie, I'm sure you will regale us with some nuggets of negativity.
Just the sheer fact that he's only 14 ounces behind right now because of this bass. 4 fish in his live well. The chance for him to grow,
Neely Henry, baby,
take home the win on his home body of water is still right there in his grasp if he can take it.
That was really close to positive. And I really feel like, I mean, we are growing together. It's like watching a flower sprout, or yes, that's right, blossom. That's what we're doing. We're blossoming together. And who's blossoming to the top of that leaderboard is Wes Logan with a big giant bite, a big difference maker here this week. And man, that has changed our leaderboard. He's all the way up into 2nd place, trying to chase down our day 3 leader, who is old Bob Downey. But enough about old Bob. Let's get out live to the little ball of hate, Wes Logan.
If you look at it right now, about half a dozen, maybe 7 or 8 anglers have over 10 pounds, and they all have a limit except Wes Logan. That is how crucial a big bite is. The Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day so far, 5 1/4 for Wes
God, it's a
Logan.
big one. Come on, baby. She got it too. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's freaking go.
What was that, Ronald?
He's saying that he is in the lead now with a limit.
Precisely.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's starting to feel it.
Three and 3/4. How about that for number 5? Oh, gosh, dang.
Wes Logan, an incredible competitor, and what you're seeing right there is the passion and the anger in him to succeed, and that's exactly why I call him the little ball of hate, man. Because when you see him when he doesn't catch them, he gets ornery. I mean, he's like a little Tasmanian devil-like character. It kind of like when you get a gremlin wet, they turn into a different creature, and that's exactly what happens to Wes Logan, which makes him the little ball of hate. But I'd say right now, there's not a lot of hate in Wes Logan's life, because big bites like that make a big difference here on semifinal Sunday. And wow, the little ball of hate
we noticed
is loving life.
This is a same area he's fished before, another rotation, different time of day, different current flow, a little more water maybe, a little less water maybe, just sticking to what he knows best. And he went from 12 ounces down to 3 pounds up now.
You know who needs some respect? So our reigning angler of the year needs a little love right now. And we've got B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Clark Wendlandt right now. Clark, give me a quick recap on how your day's going.
Well, it's been okay. I've caught a limit and cold one time. It's kind of been the tale of 2 days. I went down the lake starting off, and now I'm way up the river. And up the river, it's, the water's falling up here, and so it looks pretty good. I've made one good call. I feel like I need one more to be able to fish tomorrow.
What, Clark, you know how big an important bite a big fish can be. A 5-4 on day 1 for you, the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of day 1. And that was really the difference in your 15-pound bag and your 10-pound bag yesterday. What kind of big bites do you expect to get up the river in this different area?
I mean, the way I'm looking at it right now is I don't really know where I sit, obviously, but I just feel like I need another big one. I'm up here flipping right now. There's a shad spawn going on, but that's really early. And then, I mean, I'm just trying to keep a jig in the water because I feel like with the jig, I got a chance to catch a big one.
Clark, what percentage of time in this tournament, it really feels like this is one of those events where it was a perpetual pre-fish? What percentage of this tournament have you been searching, and what percentage have you actually been locked into what you thought was the pattern?
I mean, the way I've been kind of practicing the whole tournament. The only reason is I didn't have a very good practice, so I thought, why go back to those kind of places? And I'm really just going fishing every day, fishing a little bit different water. What happened to me yesterday I caught them until about 10 o'clock, and then I just struggled the rest of the day. And I talked to some other guys that had kind of similar stories, but I felt like I had to do something different in the afternoon today. The difference is today, though, is there is some wind, so if I'd stayed down the lake, maybe the wind would have helped me, but I like it up here and just looking for one more bite.
Thanks, Clark. Lots of time left. We'll let you get back to fishing from the little ball of great. Let's move over. It's all about keeping the viewers happy, Ronnie. That's how we're going to keep them around here, and everybody wants to see Gerald Swindle, including you and I.
We're not out of this, folks. We making it exciting, but we ain't out of this. He got it. Let's get him in here, G. Get him in here, G. Get him in here. All right, that's cool. That's cool. We ain't got him much, but we cool. We got your butt back in there now. Now things might get exciting here. That's old Blue.
That Will Cole, he has a pound even fish in his live well right now, and then 2 that are less than 1.25 pounds.
So silver lining, he's got lots of room to move up.
Not that one. Not that one.
Let him figure out which ones are going back.
Oh, what a 4 or 5 pounder would do for Gerald Swindle right now. On the verge of the top 10, one kicker fish, he'll be in the top 3 or 4 ready to fight tomorrow.
One kicker fish makes a big difference, and we saw it happen right during this segment. We started off with our Power Pole replay of the day, and we ended it with the same angler backing up what is potentially a future Power Pole replay of the day. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry just heating up.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
Sixth stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and the quest is to stay inside the top 10 in just the last few hours of fishing here on day number 3. A very rare semifinal Sunday. Started our event a day late, so we're going to finish this event on a very rare championship Monday, but you got to stay inside the top 10 to keep your tournament alive. And as you can see, that 10th place spot continues to change. Right now in 10th place, our reigning angler of the year, our current angler of the year leader, Seth Fider. But we'll have to see how that leaderboard continues to change. Well, moments ago it was Brandon Palnick. It's really, this field is separated by one bite. One bigger bite can make a big, big difference. And we definitely saw that go down here today several times. But let's check in with the guy who is living on the bubble, living on the edge, like he always is, the amazing fighter man, Seth Fider.
Midday update. Kind of late in the afternoon now. 1 o'clock. An hour and a half to fish. And some way, somehow, I got to catch a 4 pounder to make the cut. I think I got 9.5, 9 3/4 pounds right now. Maybe 10. But I haven't had any real good bites today. Missed a couple decent ones that gave me a little more weight, but I need a big bite to make it in the 10 cut, unless the weights suck today. But it's definitely different conditions. Wind's blowing super hard against the current right now. I mean, we're way up Skinny River, and it's gassing up here, so a lot of stuff's probably blown out today, but I don't know. We're just gonna keep grinding and try to luck into a 4 pounder.
So there's a take from your angler of the year leader, Seth Fider. And I mean, man, he has definitely done his job here this week. Ronnie, we talked about it, no matter what way this works out, but him getting inside that top 10 is huge, really. Though these are the little points that, you know, when we get a few events from now, we're going to talk about how valuable they are. Man, you turn that 11 into an 8, and it's a world of difference.
Yeah, today he's gaining points that half the field can't gain, and if he made it into 10th place, he's gaining points that 88 people couldn't gain, and so that's the way you win an Angler of the Year. And what he doesn't know is that he is in 10th place, still in the top 10 right now. And if he does have 10 pounds like he thinks he might have, he's listed as 9 1/4 on Bass Track, simply just 3/4 pound more for him, and he is all the way up into 5th place instead of being on the bubble in 10th. So the weights are so stacked from 6th to 10th, it's insane.
The guy right behind him on the cut line in 11th place, Brandon Palnick, making an appearance there. He's another one that, man, you guys talked about getting Christie in that top 10. Obviously, he is in there. You get Palnick in there, and it's a whole different. I mean, there is Cobras and there is King Cobras. And when it comes to championship, the final day, I was just about to do it. I almost did it, Ronnie. I almost called it Championship Sunday, but I am a professional, and I would, of course, know that it's going to be Championship Monday. And when it becomes Championship Monday, there is Cobras and there is King Cobras, and both those guys are King Cobras.
Polinick had the third biggest bag of day 2 yesterday, 14-14, makes up for his 9 even. And people thought coming into this event with the way the conditions were setting up, how tough practice was before the flooding, that after the flooding it couldn't get much better. They were expecting 7 pounds a day to get paid. Well, if you caught 7 pounds a day in a 14-pound 2-day total, you weren't near the cut line. You were 77th place because they caught them great this week. So a bag like 14-14 can do wonders for you. And looking at Wes Logan, making the biggest move today, 16-6 would be the third biggest bag of the event. And he's doing it on his home body of water with a lead now.
Thank you for cross-threading my brain with statistics. So, Ronnie, earlier this week we talked about your big Friday night plans. Well, what happened on Saturday night? Did you have a big night last night?
No, I got some rest that I much needed.
Yes, you must be exhausted. Let's not forget who entered today with the lead, a 2-time Elite Series champion and a former Bass Nation national champion and holder of many, many records. One of those from Lake Guntersville. It looks like he's on Guntersville right now, Paul Mueller.
Mueller back to a place we saw him explore early on day 2. Thought it might just be a shad spawn area, but he has returned this afternoon, and this might be number 5.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
One hook.
Number 5 and a big one for Mueller.
We needed that one.
Let's look at that again, man. This, if you look at the fish when it first comes up, it's got 2 hooks in its mouth, and right at the side of the boat when it does that last little head shake, it's when it gets down to 1. But masterful job playing the fish.
3. Gotta retie.
3-pounder puts him in second place, gives him 10 pounds, 8 ounces on the day for his limit. 2-1 behind Wes Logan.
Dude, and you see that he barely just grabbed it.
Wow, as the
Like,
time
almost
ticks
didn't
on,
set the
it
hook, it just was-
continues to tighten up.
All I saw was that big old head. I'm like, oh boy. And 1 hook. Holy cow, man. That's 2 of those fish. 1 hook. That fish could have easily come off. Well, at least we salvaged the day anyway. That was, I don't know, man. It just seems tougher. I don't know what, you know,
what everybody else did, but it just seems tougher. And, you know, you got to expect that that's going to be the deal. So you just grind it out. But, I mean, there's wind blowing on this. You got to think you get one to react, so.
Wow, it's not a numbers game. It's getting the 5 right ones, and Paul Mueller, it took him all day to fill that limit, but fills it in good fashion here, Ronnie, and makes a big charge on our leaderboard.
It's got a good mix of spotted bass and largemouth. Some of those spots have been much fatter, much healthier, almost like pre-spawn fish. While a lot of these guys are catching post-spawners, Mueller may end up weighing more than what Bass Track says because of the health of his fish. They look really stout compared to some of these post-spawn topwater fish.
Well, they say health is wealth, and he's got some healthy fish. But as you see, our leaderboard continues to tighten up, and now 4 anglers over the 40-pound mark. Who will stay inside the top 10? Seth Fider, our Angler of the Year leader, is sitting there right now with 35 pounds, 2 ounces, but the last 3 in the top 10 all tied. It's tightening up.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake, sponsored by Abu Garcia.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
That was the scene only moments ago. Mueller making moves here on semifinal Sunday. And man, what a way to fill your limit with just moments left in angling here this afternoon, Ronnie. I mean, those are the kind of fish catches that it's going to take to that fish right there. That, you know, we've seen it all week play out where that fish, man, that goes wrong. You miss that fish and this tournament totally changes, but he did not. And what a position he's put himself in, battling it out with Wes Logan here this afternoon.
Yeah, Dave, even if he doesn't become the leader and he's second after today,
hit a couple stretches
spared
that I
himself
haven't hit.
for sure.
I feel confident now after catching one here that the next one we go to, we should be able to catch one. It's been a tough day, so it's I figured it was going to be, which is kind of weird because the wind is blowing, and that usually helps this deal right here, but it's just weird. Yeah, the bite's been weird. We're just gonna keep grinding, and whatever we catch, we catch. That's it. That's all we can do. Let's go move to that spot. I actually got a spot I marked. I want to just take a couple casts. I looked at it on side imaging on the way out. It may be good. It's actually, I kind of overlooked it.
Man, one thing that Mueller has proved, outside of his record, regardless, I mean, he's one of those guys that can find that different thing. You look at through his tournament history, I mean, there's been a lot of times where Mueller's found himself fishing something totally different that none of the field is keyed in on. It's a very unique talent. The very few anglers have it, but I would definitely say Mueller is one of them.
Yeah, and what I was touching on before Mueller started giving a good spiel there was that it buys him time for tomorrow. He can explore a little bit tomorrow knowing that he's within a bite of the lead. If he was 4th or 5th, 4 pounds behind, 5 pounds behind, he's got to stick to what he knows and what's got him here. Being 1 fish behind, a pound behind, 2 pounds behind tops, allow Mueller to be able to explore a little bit tomorrow and not feel like he has to stay there.
And he got to where he is right now with it not going right for him today. That's the thing to remember, you know, like if everything went perfect and he's there.
Like hitting a rock. I think it was like right in front of this tree. We should be far enough out, but.
And I have to kind of correct myself. This is coming back to my memory now, but Paul Mueller, I said this might not set up for him, and no, the Coosa River isn't the Ouachita River, but I'm remembering a very tough, has to maximize his fish in a Bass Nation national championship, and I believe he won on the Ouachita River right there in Monroe, Louisiana. Very tough place to fish, and that's going to be the destination for this year's Bass Nation Championship. But getting it done at the grassroots level to get to here, proving himself in the Classic and coming up just short, and now 2 Elite Series titles. I think every single type of fishery Paul Mueller feels pretty confident on at this point in his career.
And well hydrated, which is really, really important, especially when you make your living on the water.
It had a bunch of stumps on it, and it's not super deep, so possible.
It also feels like with the wind just kicking up the way it is, you know, boats are moving, there's a lot of activity. It really just feels like maybe not the entire field is about to fire, but somebody's going to catch a big fish before the end of the day today. You know, there's going to be another big swing.
Nah, too deep. Probably catfish. We gotta go hit that other stretch. Just keep it honest. Anyway, I haven't fished it. When I got bit here in practice, I just went and looked for stuff similar, and I didn't fish it because I didn't want to stick anything. You know, similar depth, and so there's stuff I haven't fished. I don't know how good it is yet, but I feel good about it. If there's something there, we'll get one to bite.
Mueller moving and fishing free right now by the looks of things. I mean, you nailed it, Ronnie, saying that, you know, it gives him the ability to, today, what he's accomplishing right now may not change him on the scoreboard at all today, but it may be the most important. I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of when you saw Gussie do it in Knoxville. You know, that opportunity, that first day of that tournament to just go largemouth fishing, to get it done and be able to try different things. Man, that opportunity to adjust today is key. It'll be interesting to see how it pays off. Any dinner plans for tonight, Ronnie?
I do not, but it's Mother's Day. Shout out to all the moms out there. My mom, she's a fishing mom, always supported all that, and I'll probably do something special for my wife, make sure that we have a good dinner. Maybe I'll cook it for her instead of the other way around, and then we'll probably catch up on some more rest once again for Championship Monday.
Yeah. I'm going Whataburger. I'm all Whataburger all the time this weekend.
You're going to have their whole menu down pat and eaten before Monday comes around.
It's ridiculous, really. The catering from Whataburger that showed up here is, I mean, I hate to be a shill to our sponsors, but thank you. Thank you on behalf of all of us, really. Wow. Hey, let's get some bonus coverage. Ronnie, you know who I miss? I miss the prodigy. Let's check in on him. Brandon Palaniuk is right there on the cut line. Brandon, man, you're doing what you do. You are flirting with showing up on the final day. Are you going to do it here today?
I have no idea, Dave. I had low expectations coming into this event. I had high expectations coming into it. After practice, I had low expectations. I feel like I need one more really good bite to have a shot, but I don't know. It could happen anywhere. You know, it's crazy. It's been a new lake for me every day. I've caught most of my fish in the same area, and it's just where I've caught them is then dry land the next day, and then I catch them somewhere else, and then that's dry land the next day. And so it's taken me a long time to adapt.
Brandon, you and the rest of the Elite Series field should be pros at this by now because every event we've had, something has dramatically changed weather-wise. So how do you break that down from a pro angler's mind to the fans watching at home, adjusting each and every day and not leaning on what happened yesterday and what got you here for tomorrow?
Well, this one made it easy because everything I caught him the day before was high and dry the next day. So it was pretty obvious that I couldn't catch him doing the same thing or the same place. But you just try to find an area and then you just look at what looks fishy. I know that sounds cliche, but these fish, they move like tidal fish, and you just have to kind of fish what's in front of you. And I found one area that seems to have some good fish in it, and that's what's gotten me here so far. But you have to move around, and it seems like they bite best in the morning.
All right, thank you, Brandon. We'll let you get back to fishing. The cut ice cream looked good yesterday. Go get inside the top 10 and get maybe some White Claw cuts or something like that. I'm trying to help Kyle out. There's our leader in Angler of the Year points, the amazing fighter man, Seth Fighter, and Brandon Palaniuk battling it out to see who will stay inside the top 10. A list of anglers battling it out minute after minute. This tournament gets tighter and tighter. We started with 98, cut it down to 48, and only 10 will go out tomorrow. A very rare championship Monday. But at this point, here's what our leaderboard looks like. A local pro, Wes Logan, with 42 pounds, 15 ounces. And that big bite for Mueller moved him into second place. But there is your cut line right now. Brandon Palaniuk just on the outside by a few ounces. But Seth Fighter inside there in the top 10. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry. Still got moments left to fish.
You're watching live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake.
Coming up, 3:40 Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com. We'll be able to see these guys, 48 anglers competing today for 10 spots. Championship Monday coming up. Davey, it's going to be tight. It looks like there's a pound and a half separating 6th to about 14th. Every ounce is going to count so we can make it official at the weigh-in later.
It definitely is, Ronnie, and we've been talking about this all week, and it is certainly shaking to be that way. Just ounces separating, or a pound and a few ounces separating, a lot of money, some very valuable points, and most of all, that blue trophy.
How's your day been so far?
It's been pretty stressful. Hadn't had a lot of bites. I've had 6 bites all day. 5 of them have been, good ones. It's got about 16 and a half pounds, which is really good for this time of year, the way the lake's fishing. I don't know. I've just been really blessed. I've been just kind of bouncing around like I've been doing all week. And I mean, it's just a grind. Like, you're not going to get a bunch of bites. I don't think there's a certain way to catch a bunch. You just got to put your head down and wherever you want to fish, just fish. Like, it's the main thing I can figure out. Just keep your bait wet, whatever you want to throw. I hope I got enough to go tomorrow. I don't know that it's going to be good or anything. I'd just like to come back out here and try and figure it out again, because everything I've had is going to be dry. So I don't know. I'll have to. If I get to go, I'll have to figure something else out. I mean, there's a few places that I know that keep some water on them when it gets low, but I mean, it's not enough to catch a limit off of or nothing like that. At best, it might be one bite somewhere.
We got some music there, Davey, which signifies something pretty important. I think we're going to get a good candidate.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tommy. Very important that Wes Logan, who was just talking to us there, is definitely the candidate. So we have talked about it all week. A 5-pounder is like gold. Not only is it the Power Pole replay of the day for Wes Logan, but it takes the lead for Wes Logan, leading here in his home state of Alabama. Wes Logan, for catching this, now he's caught him, catching this 5+ pounder. You absolutely have the Power Pole replay of the day, Wes Logan. Incredible, game-changing fish for Wes Logan. It's gave him only his 4th fish in his live well, put him within ounces of the lead. He just needed one more, and he was able to catch that later. But this is our Power Pole replay of the day, Wes Logan.
Davey, he's really mixed in 2 different things. Topwater frog and then a crankbait, but they've been all quality for him today. 6 bites, 6 keepers. He's made it work.
Yeah, exactly right, Ronnie. And you only need to catch 5 fish. 5 fish is all we can weigh in these events. So 6 bites is enough, but boy, you're really skating with disaster, only getting 6 bites. Losing a fish or 2 has really cost him the previous days, but today with the 6 bites, looks like he's put them all in the live well. That's why he has the lead.
Well, that's what it's all about. The cut line right there that we're looking at. Seth Feider has held that position more or less all day long. He's been up and down, above it and below it today, but he's in it late in the day, and that's where it counts. Brandon Polinick, though, still out there.
Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh. Yes.
Wow, with just about an hour of fishing time to go, maybe for Brandon Polinick, he catches a fish that could probably put him in the top 10 tomorrow. 1.4 is his smallest fish right now. I think this would definitely help him. Let's listen. Hopefully he'll tell us the weight there. The good news is you see him going back to the live well. If it didn't help him, he would have just gone right over the side. Oh, definitely. Big cull. Definitely helps him there, probably 8-10 ounces, it looked to me like. So good cull for Brandon Polinick.
On Bass Track, he was 6 back of 10th place in Fighter, but Fighter is a little low.
Very, very tight around that 10 spot right there, and
We're
that's what
live.
it's all about today.
We're still swinging, folks
Gerald
at home.
Swindle.
Y'all get your popcorn. It ain't over. I need a 3-pounder, and I'm going to try to make it happen. You know, I just know, just kind of stay grinding around here. It's really changed up today. All my buzz bait's pretty much gone. You know, a lot of the water on my river just fell out. I mean, gone, son. Like last year's love affair, gone. So really just hadn't been able to get no bites. So I've actually coiled up twice in here, which is not, I mean, they're just like 1.5-pounders for 1-pounders, but we trying. We're doing everything we can to stay in the hunt.
Boy, you can really tell that Gerald knows he's right at that gut line the way he's fishing so hard right now.
Probably got at least 4 inches under.
Leonard Palnick's fishes at 2 pound 3 ounce. He's in 8th place.
Hey, and for
Man,
Seth,
deep enough to catch him under.
for Seth Feider having such a tough day, starting the day in 10th, you figure if you have a tough day and you're on the cusp, you're going to drop much more. He's only in 11th place right now, so even if he doesn't make the cut, AOY lead's going to still be very strong with his nearest pursuer locked out of points today.
So let's say he stays in, say, about 11th place or so, Ronnie. This will be the biggest gain for anyone all year in the AOY race, right? Isn't this the biggest separation that we've had all year?
Yeah, 46 points for after a given event. That's big time for sure.
He entered the event 4 ahead, and today he stood 43 ahead in 10th place. So he drops 1, he'll only lose one point.
That wind just got it stirred up, don't it?
Austin Felix, the only one left way down near the dam. He culled up to 12.5. He's in 4th place. Ahead of Jason Christie.
I think I know where we need to be and how we need to do it. So. Oh, Lord. Been drag 1 in that slot. We gone.
Be a cherry on top of the day if we could see one in the slot late on day 3 blow up through there.
Yes, it would. That is a beautiful looking area there. Gerald Swindle and Brandon Palnick in.
Big time battle around that number 10 spot. Brandon Palnick, a good victory in that battle just moments ago. Putting a decent keeper in the boat, getting a good upgrade right there. And the top 4 positions on our leaderboard. Recommend last year's rookie class because 3 of the top 4 are second-year guys out here.
And Todd Auten sitting there with 4 fish, 1 solid keeper. Yeah. He goes from cut boy to possibly top 4.
Oh, so little time left, but so many more changes are potential. This is not the time to check out. Make plans to stick around and come right back. We'll have more for you.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Neely Henry Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
All right, you could cut the tension with a knife. Why not chill for just a second with some Striker Daily Trivia? Here's the question, and we'll pay it off real quick here. What is the most recent year an elite champion was crowned on Mother's Day? Was it 2017, 2013, 2015, or 2011? The most recent year. Okay, Davey Height, give you a crack at that.
Oh, I know this one.
I'll have to admit, I do not know this one, but I'm just going to shoot for B, 2015.
I'm going to say C, 2013.
It's B, 2015, and it was Aaron Martin's at Havasu, my graduation week from college. I missed it. I know.
His
I
mom
realized
was
that.
there. Shout out to Carol and then all the other mothers in the world.
Was there not one crowned on 2013 too?
I think it was. Tommy.
And 2011.
West Point Lake on 2013.
Now Davey is certain.
Yeah, I knew that. I told you guys I knew that one. I knew that one.
I just had to ponder it until they revealed the answer, and then I knew. That's what it was.
Anyways, happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. Great day to enjoy some fishing. We've enjoyed some terrific competition today. Todd Auten in that 10 spot right now, fighting for his continued participation in this tournament. What a good keeper wouldn't do for him right now.
That's why he's the only one in the top 10 without a limit.
Oh, with any keeper then.
Yeah, he has 4 fish.
There he is.
He can move all the way up with a simple keeper.
Stay on, baby. That's a spot. I think, yeah. First spot all week. Number 5. Look at him.
Big sore on him. Yeah, he might go close to 2 pounds. Number 5.
What an
though.
important fish for Todd Alton right there.
Well, just never know where they're going to be.
Man, timely fish for Todd Alton for sure. And let's see who else can ring one up here in the waning moments.
Well, Jay Yellis just rang up a monster, a 5.7.
Wow.
He's up to 16th place. He's got 12.3 on the day.
Suits, you have the list. We had so many 5-pounders come in yesterday. We had Cliff Prince with a 5.11. We had Greg DePalma in there with a 5. We had a 5.7 from someone. I think a 5.10 as well.
Luke Palmer.
We had a lot of
Prince.
fish.
Prince is our leader. 5.11. DePalma, 5.10.
Yeah, we had
Luke
4
Palmer,
or 5 people
5.7.
beat the big bass on day 1, but didn't get it on day 2 because of the 5.11.
And Downey in the last 5 minutes had the 5.6. Brandon Lester had a 5.3 yesterday.
That's right. That's right. Huge for my fantasy team.
5 of them and 3 on day 1. Wendlet Mosley and Frank Talley.
Todd Alton being surprised that hooked up again.
Wow.
He'll help. And he was in the dirt there. Fatting. Get rid of that little skinny thing now.
So I was saying, Todd Alton being surprised that spotted bass was up there shallow. That's what makes the Coosa River spot so special. They live right in those same places where you catch the largemouth.
He started the day 1 pound back of Mueller, and that should get him less than 5 pounds back.
Still trying, boys. That thing just tied in a knot on me. Popped my line home, a little old brat, and I don't want to lose it because it's custom painted, or I'd have just broke it off. But I am searching the most stable water in the lake, trying to make it make sense to me right now. And it just seems like with the water falling out, as bad as it has, and throwing everything for a loop, that just pulling in and fishing some riprap with a square bill, dirty water, would be the smartest thing to do. So I'm gonna take my chances with that if I can get retied. And y'all can stay with me and watch me, because it could just work. I mean, everything's been thrown a loop in the lake. You know, and fishing's just one adjustment. And we might be fixing to make the right one.
Certainly all about adjustments. So, Tommy, Ronnie, Suchi, I've got to share. I got a text from our friend Gene Gilliland. And about we've been talking about how the Coosa River spotted bass, they fight so much. They live, I just mentioned about them living shallow. And he said that they have actually been declared a separate species of black bass and are now called the Alabama bass, native to the Coosa River and Mobile River drainage. So they're now actually called the Alabama bass.
Well, I will heretofore start calling them Alabama bass, then I guess. That sounds good enough to me.
We've been calling them the wrong species. Yeah, we've been calling them the wrong species for 3 days now.
Well, we just missed it by a little.
Did anyone consult the Coosa River spots themselves and ask if they wanted to be renamed to Alabama bass?
Who cares what
They don't
they
want
think?
the whole state. They want to be the Coosa River.
I agree with you, Ronnie. I mean, you can't just change their identity without them agreeing.
I mean, who is the board of directors for representing the spotted bass from the Coosa River? We need those. But I'm not going to mess with Gene Gilliland because he is a Hall of Famer.
That's right.
For the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame.
Next class coming up.
Announced.
Yeah.
For 2021. Him and Trip Weldon.
Yep.
We got to see Trip during the off day. Thursday with the postponed day, he came and told some stories at the
little bit of
service
current
yard.
shade, it should be lights out.
Saw a photo in there, yeah. looking good.
It does make sense, though, because we talk about how they're a different spotted bass. They're different. I mean, if you fish for them or if you have caught them, they are different. So I guess they really have always been the Alabama bass. We just didn't know it.
That's right. They never complained once, though.
Dave, you keep that up, we're going to have the Chattahoochee bass species over here. We're not any kind of river systems pumping through, you know, we're going to be talking about. Is this Todd Osmond
As long
again?
as we don't have the 96 bass.
Yeah.
I want you to look how old this thing is. It's got like algae on its back.
If this is a bass, we're looking at our new leader.
With algae on it?
Yeah.
I just want crankbait back.
Thought he had a turtle.
Must be a turtle. Oh, yeah.
Catfish.
Catfish.
You don't want to come in.
I thought it was the Catmaster Classic in practice, how many catfish people were posting. There were some big old flatheads eating a chatterbait.
They have got them there, that's for sure. We'll have us right here for you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here at Bassmaster.com, cranking it up for Championship Monday. But before that, to find out who's going to be fishing tomorrow when we crank it up at 8 o'clock, the weigh-in begins at 3:40 Eastern Time, 2:40 local time or Central Time. Also, right here on Bassmaster.com. Who's been able to hold serve today, keep their place in the top 10? Who's been able to bust through the glass ceiling there and fish their way into championship contention on Monday?
Yeah, Tommy, I am so looking forward to Championship Monday because it will be a barn burner. Legit, anybody in the top 10 could win.
Oh, absolutely. Going to be a good one tomorrow. Here on Neely Henry, Bassmaster Elite Series, and we will see you at 8 o'clock.
Yeah! Yeah! Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. I got you. Let's freaking go! Wow!